Somewhere in space, this may all be happening right now. 20th Century Fox and George Lucas, the man who brought you American Graffiti, now bring you an adventure unlike anything on your planet. Star Wars, the story of a boy, a girl, and a universe. Big, sprawling space saga of rebellion and romance. Star Wars, a billion years in the making, and it's coming to your galaxy this summer.
Welcome to Film Club.
Wow.
Everyone. And we're doing Star Wars. Never seen it. Don't know what we're talking about. So it's going to be a first for me. But I'm here, as always, with Sandy, Q, and Jade from Nerd Takes. Are we a little bit excited? Or is it just me?
We're excited. We're excited.
No, this is going to be a fun one. That was an awesome intro, by the way.
I've cut out the parts of the original trailer. That is actually from the original trailer before John Williams got involved and there was any editing. Everybody go and have a look at the original trailer. It's very, very poorly done. And it's so bad because they've got a little bit of special effects sounds with the shooting and all that. Otherwise from that, it's really poorly done. But that was the studios going, we need to get this done. And we're like, we've not even edited the music into it. So yeah, if you look at it, it's very, very, very poorly done. And a very weird logo as well. So that's
very
the
70s.
Yeah,
very
very
70s.
Yeah. This could be happening somewhere. I love it. It's great. But yeah, so the rules on this, we're going to talk about Star Wars as it is Star Wars, as it's known now as A New Hope, and we're going to try and get away from talking about any of the other movies like we normally do in Film Club. So this is going to be interesting and kind of painful. If you see me doing this a lot, people, it's because I'm holding it back. I'm like that. So I do apologize if I go on a tangent, and I'm guessing you two can go stop. But this is it's a good one. I say from Battle Royale, that kind of sci-fi, but this is the first real fantasy space sci-fi that we've actually had on our list. So this is quite good. And then we bring it down the next time with Rommel, the Desert Fox. So this is the first one. Now I like this because we've got, I suppose the top row is original trilogy, and then we've got prequel, haven't we, Jay? So you're more of our prequel era person, whereas me and Sandy aren't that old, by the way, just to let you know that we didn't see the 1977 version in cinema.
Unfortunately, sadly.
Yes, sadly, it would have been amazing. So what we agreed as well, only because, and I'm going to bring these up, I did show Jay earlier, is to get the original ones, you would have had to gone to VHS. So this was the last reissued one before I tore it up. That this is 1989, it says. This was the last time Star Wars in its original form was allowed. Then you had 1994, is it went to widescreen, and then you've got one of the special editions later on. So what we kind of all agreed is nobody's going to like. So we're going to talk about the one that everybody's got access to, the remastered, I suppose the last time George Lucas tinkled with it, I suppose, like that. Like this is it. Disney aren't allowed to touch or remaster, change it at all. So the one you get on, I suppose, Disney Plus, A New Hope, is the one we're going to talk about. So we're probably going to also talk about the changes, but that will be later. Now, going by that and going by Star Wars as it was known, do I start?
Yeah, I would say so.
You do the honors.
I'm going to start and then I'm going to stop.
This is a stasis pick, right?
At what time?
This was my pick.
Okay.
Yeah, but if I didn't pick this, would a YouTube put it on?
Oh yeah, it would have been.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Exactly. This is very, very iconic. So it's like that. Also, just to let everybody know in chat, and I will find it amusing because this is her first time using the chat box. My girlfriend's in chat under her brand name Reckless Wolf. So everybody, Hey, hello. To break the 12, like that. Trying to figure out the chat was kind of amusing. So yeah, so everybody be kind, be nice, just give a chat, say hi. But okay, so Star Wars. Now I've got to hold back here because I remember it as a 3-year-old watching this. So now I'm going to give the introduction and then I'm going to pass it on to you a bit too. So of course we've got what we've just seen, the iconic a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But what I always remembered, and I'm going to just break into that, is the 20th Century Fox logo as well, and
Yes.
that fade into it. So
And
I
the fanfare.
Yes. Yeah, and I always loved that bit. I don't like now. It's lost it with some other ones. But then, of course, I like the greatest thing about this movie. It sets everything up quite quick. Of what's going on and what is going to be delivered later on, because you get an introduction with the scroll. I'm not going to read out the whole scroll, but that is very cleverly done. And then of course you've got in between that, so I'm going to go into that, you have the great kind of like, you have like war pipes, and then you have boom, John Williams kicks in with this epic, first time you ever hear that, I think everybody's like, wow, we're watching a movie. And then you get the scroll. And then you get these, I suppose it is very old TV Hollywood, I suppose is the best way to call it. Like that. If you got them pan downs, it's very old style.
Yeah.
It's very
It's very
fast forward.
signature to Star Wars, though, especially
the
all
kind
their
of
scene
the,
transitions.
yes, the crossover, the fades, and like even the old optics, it goes in and out. But then you get one of the, I suppose this is probably when you first saw this. If anybody saw it at cinema, you're old, but this must have been amazing because the first scene, you get the moon, I suppose the planet, and then 2 moons, and then you get this. I suppose you don't know at the time, but it's a very small spacecraft, and then you get firing back, and then all of a sudden you get the nose of the cruiser, and then it just keeps on going and going. And even today, you're like, God, that is just keeps on going and going. And you're like, wow. And because the first, I suppose, spacecraft isn't that small if you actually think about the inside scenes we see in a minute. So it's actually quite a big craft. But that literally how they did it is literally, we're waiting. We're going to make you wait. And so that kind of, it's like a kind of cat and chase, car chase in space. There's danger straight away. There's danger. You don't know what it is, but there's danger. And then of course you get the introduction of straight away of, I suppose, 2 other unlikely heroes let me bring up
The first dialogue in any Star Wars film. That's a great trivia question. Who speaks it? The droids.
C3PO.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So we get introduced to our unlikely heroes of I'm going to say movie, but the movies as well, because we've got it out. But this is the movie. So we get introduced to that, and we know like they're a bit bumbly. They don't know. They're very like C3PO comes across as kind of like, oh, we need to do this. And R2D2 is a bit of a bumbling character. And then, of course, we get running through it of things. Everything's tilted. And then we get the guards are all running past. And then I'm going to turn it over to you guys for now.
So the first introduction of R2 and C3PO, to your point, they're kind of bumbling. C3PO right away, like, I even remember as a kid, because I didn't get to see it in the cinema either, but my dad brought home bootleg VCR tapes of Raiders of the Lost Ark and Star Wars, to the point where my brother and I played them until they disintegrated. But I just remember C3PO. I remember thinking, what a snob. Like, he's like the posh one. He's the butler. He's the protocol droid. And R2's going to get stuff done. He's the worker. He's the worker bee. He's just going to, and you can see in this scene, R2's got a mission. He's got a mission. He's going to get it done. And C3PO, it doesn't matter whether you know what he's doing or not. C3PO, R2's just going to get it done. And I think it's a pretty cool scene. But Stasis, to your point, that ship coming over, I wish I had seen that in the cinema. It was amazing on the television set, but what Lucas managed to do is to get the scale. Like he really gave us the scale of what was happening. And I think he did it incredibly effectively. And to your point, this is like a minute into the film, and he's already set the stage so well just with these first few scenes. Jay?
So I'll actually start with a question on that, because I also really like that scene of the ship coming in, the nose of it. It's just really, really the planets in the distance. It's really, really nice. Looks awesome. Holds up. But as I was watching it, my question was, is that from the original, or is that something that's been digitally touched up to make it look like? I'm curious as to when the last time that was.
The only bits I know that has been touched up from the originals to what would be the remasters, even in the lot other remasters, is the laser shots, and then the I suppose you call it the vents at the end of like when you see that, and they're being digitally remastered. The rest of it has not been touched. There's some coloring on the moon and the planet, but the rough rest of that, and it's as is.
Right.
As is.
Okay, that's really
because like it, because it's even like silly, like how if you ever watch one of the behind the scenes, how they did the stars is literally a light, a black piece of cloth pulled tight, poke holes in it.
No kidding.
That's how they did it. So so if you ever watch how they actually did that, like that caption movement, that they're actually the models are actually static. They're hanging, and then they did the camera action, things like that, in a very slow pan to give you that drawn out and then sped it up.
Brilliant.
So it was kind of learning how to do this, but for a cinema thing, having it come out, I suppose it's coming like at you but away from you at the same time. It's like that dramatic,
kind of over your head and then away from you. Thing.
Yeah, I remember as like a kid sitting in front of our square TV, and it's just like you see that, and it's just like sitting too close of it. But now it's even now that just that opening sequence just go like that, because it just you're watching Star Wars, bang in your face, and then later.
And that's the other part of this whole opening sequence that I like, and I think you touched on this a bit, was that it just sets you up and gets you going immediately. It sets you up with all the, the written scroll there to kind of give you a background, just a quick little exposition dump out of the way. Here's where you are. Here, what's going on. We're about to get into it. And it's a nice way with the music, the visuals, the whole thing works. You get that awesome scene of the ship passing over with a little bit of the battle going on. And then just immediately you're into action on the ship. You're seeing Vader, you're seeing stormtroopers, the rebel forces at it. Everything about it works really well. I think it's a great way to start the movie, where you're seeing kind of the bad guy right out of the gate, and it's not like, shadowy portions of him. I mean, you're seeing Vader straight up. This is who you're going up against. And
one thing I always liked is like with that bit, just before you see Vader, you see all the I suppose the good guys. I suppose you don't know who they are at this time. Later on, of course, other ones. But when they're all lining up and they're all pointed, and then the door burns, kind of like, and it's exposure, and you think, well, there's a lot of them, and they get easily taken out.
Yep.
And you're like, ooh, and they're like, cool. You're the first time you see stormtroopers, and you're like, what is this? And they just go in, take it out, and then of course,
all these guys.
And then of course you see our main, probably one or if not the most iconic villains of cinema.
Has to be.
Yeah, literally Vader. He comes in, you don't know who he is. He just comes in. He's got a presence. He looks different to everyone now. You could even be, I think maybe I was, as a young kid, mistaken that he could be a robot. He could be like a force you've not seen before.
Well, we've just seen two droids, so it kind of sets up to to know that droids are robots are in this universe and all that. And it just sets him up too, because I think one of the first things you see with him is him walking as he's coming in. He's kind of like, the camera pans down, or you can at least, maybe it's a little bit wider shot, where you can see a couple of the rebels laying at his feet, and he just kind of looks at them and kind of continues on, almost as if he's like a supervisor on a work site, kind of checking the work, like, all right, everything's up to speed here, this is all going perfectly planned, while while he's walking through this path of just pure destruction. So it sets up
It's even when the
this is
the
just
stormtroopers
his thing.
kind of just stay to attention as well, don't they?
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
that's it.
like
And then he
this-
comes in, he's like, "Whoop," and he's so much taller. He's like, "Oh, you're like even a foot and a half." You see, he seems taller than anybody else, and he's just like, yeah, as you say,
Yeah,
like
it's a
came in
great
like a
setup.
supervisor.
Mhm.
So if most of us saw this first when we were kids, whether in the cinema or on television 10 years later, right? You mentioned you may have thought that was a robot. I definitely thought he was a robot until the scene in Empire when the helmet is off. So I think that was the first time I realized that was a human, even though it was Lord Vader. I when I was a kid, stormtroopers as well. I totally thought they were robots when I was a kid. So it's just that whole like your perception as a child watching this film and then watching it as an adult, it can be two very different experiences. And it's really cool. It shows how the film holds up. Just one more point on the size of the ship, the Imperial. What is that? That's not a Star Destroyer. That's just
No,
an
so just a
Imperial
cruiser, just an Imperial
cruiser. So
cruiser.
that's just a cruiser, right? That gives you right away also an understanding of how overmatched the rebellion is. Right away, oh my God, speaking of A New Hope, these guys don't have a chance. Because look what the Empire has. They have this huge, amazing, ship that can literally swallow up this ship that the diplomatic ship, consular ship that gets literally swallowed up by this Imperial cruiser.
I think it's like that, like it, yeah, it's things, but I like even with the, like we said, we set it up, you got that base of like even in the scroll, like what's going on, and then you've kind of got again set up straight when this is the Death Star plans. We know we're looking for the Death Star plans. We've got as you said, R2D2 is kind of got rid of like or lost his kind of handler C3PO. And it's got that, and then of course, then you see the strength of Vader, and this is probably why I thought he was a robot or something like that. Is because when he brings up like one of the, I suppose like one of the crew, and he's asking where are the Death Star plans, and he just lifts him up by the throat, and literally no effort, literally one-handed, and then he just like tosses him aside, like that's it, kills him, and you're like, ooh. That's your baddie. That's your baddie. No messing around there. And then he's just like in control, find a Death Star plan, like that. So it's that all of it, what's going on. There's a rebellion, your main guy, and then you get kind of now starting to get introduced to our heroines, I suppose, like that. Our first heroine, Princess Leia.
Well, the other thing that strikes me about this scene, the voice, James Earl Jones' voice, even though he is American, he's speaking in that classically trained accent. And I think right away we recognize that, sorry, James, but the baddies have British accents. They have
I noticed it immediately.
Quote,
the good guys don't.
Quote classical accents. And
to
Alec,
the 70s to the late 90s that happened. Hey, Alan Rickman, Die Hard. Come on,
God bless. Yep.
Yeah.
But
even though he's supposed to be German in it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you get that voice with that gravitas is a great word for the voice. And I'm so sorry, for David Prowse, because I think we know now that he didn't know at the time of filming that his voice was going to be dubbed. Is that true, James? And then later the decision was made to use James Earl Jones.
Yeah, they were going to try and get him to do in a different accent, but then they didn't even tell him.
It just wouldn't have worked. And I think we've all seen some clips, and it just no.
Yeah, he was going to change it. They were going to that's why he got really pissed off in later movies. But yeah, a Yorkshire accent or wherever he's from I can't remember where he's from, but he's got a very farmer accent. It wouldn't have worked. It's like that, and you can see like a fair play to him. The ones that circulate I suppose unedited when it's just his voice. Yeah, that's not what would have when they did a revoicing. the over the top. But yeah, it's
Yeah, the ones like that coming from under his helmet when he's
even James L. Jones
Jones
would have sound weird in it. It's
Right.
just so you that's it. West Country accent. There we go.
Right.
But credit to him for being in the costume, the mannerisms,
that's a part of it too. His body language is everything. It's this very there's such a I think, like you said, the gravitas of the way that he acts, his mannerisms, his voice, it's really the right word to use, because there's such this level of class to Vader, which is so kind of contradicting to the brutality of him, since he's, just lift a guy up by his neck and choked him and killed him. That it just makes for such an interesting bad guy and such a threatening and intimidating. Okay, so this guy's not only just a brutal brute, he's also incredibly intelligent, smart. It just gives that uneasy feeling of man, he's kind of got both brains and ability to just do whatever he wants, type of thing.
Well, I think it's like that also when you get people who are tall. They normally stoop to your level. They stoop down to you a little bit to make it easy to. But he's literally, no, you look up to me.
Yeah,
everybody,
it's chest out, head up type of thing. Everything about him is just proper and just menacing.
And because you don't know what he is, that makes it even all the more intimidating. And I think a short time from now, when you find out, oh, he's not the guy who's large and in charge, what is he? He's because Tarkin is in charge of the Death Star. No, the other guy designed the Death Star, and they're all talking around the table. Well, who is he? But he's the one you want to be afraid of for sure. He's got some kind of power, maybe, but we're gonna find out about that. And
I was just about to start talking about that scene, that table scene, because you got that one guy that starts talking back to him, but we'll get there in a second. And
we'll get there.
He's just even within his in that side of things, the Empire, he's even kind of still establishing a little bit of his threatening ways. So
our princess, we dread to call her now a Disney princess. Slap me. I have to say, I'm sure I speak for a lot of little girls out there, how cool to not have, Snow White or Cinderella. I got a princess who can fire a laser pistol. That's pretty cool. And I was little, I thought she was the coolest thing. Couldn't do the hair. Every little kid, they actually sold these little forms, right? You would make 2 ponytails, and then you would put, if your hair was long enough, you could put them in this form that would make it that way. My hair wasn't long enough, but all the girls who dressed like Princess Leia for Halloween, or just thought she was the absolute coolest thing. And you realize, she's not just some shrinking violet. She's got a job to do too. And so she's, and she's smart, and she can also stand up to Darth Vader. She's not running away scared. She looks him straight in the eye and insults him even a little bit as well. So she's
that's the thing. You find out straight away, she's the hidden secret. It looks like she's given to RT. RT moves off, and then the next scene, the stormtroopers who just kicked the crap out of everyone. I've got the balls to shoot them, and that's it. She takes ones out. I do like that. But say I can see as protagonists before, or heroes, the young girls didn't really have it. You got Princess Leia, is like that, and she's a bit of a kick-ass, and you find out she's highly intelligent and a bit of swagger. Let's say that, a bit of sass. Like that. So so it's good. But so we got that, and then of course we got. I love this because there are the 3 kind of triangles. You got Leia, Vader's bits, and then you've got our kind of. Let's hopefully give it to the droids so everybody will forget about it's droids. That's it. So they get into the escape capsule and then goes off, and then it's obvious that they've been blown them out of the sky, and then one of them goes, "Oh, don't worry." It's I don't get why they say this, but save the energy. It must have been a misfire. There's no life reading.
Yeah, I still would have blasted that one out of
the
sky.
I feel like you guys probably have enough spare ammo to use.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then of course, then you get the first introduction of Vader and Leia, and it's sass. It is literally.
Yeah.
It's funny because what and I know we're trying to look at this movie in just a vacuum without knowing what comes next, even if it be in a good way like this point. It's funny because watching it now, knowing that they're father and daughter, a bit of it has like that daughter yelling, daughter pushing back on father vibe to it. It's that little bit of sassiness of like not respecting the authority of him type of thing. Obviously, it's a little bit different given that he's a very bad person and she's on the her side of things. But there is a little bit of like a father-daughter kind of back and forth. I could tell with this. I picked up on at least in the scene that
I never thought of that. You're absolutely right. I never thought about that.
And again, I don't know if it just happens to be the case because it's the good guy kind of really spitting in the face of the bad guy now that she's captured. It could just be playing out that way. But it's even that. And again, and exactly. And Vader's body language, as I kind of have the movie playing beside me here for the visual, cues. He's even got a little bit of that, like it almost looks like the hands on the hip, looking down on a type of stance too. Where it seems a little bit like and
go home
with this.
Told you this. Yeah.
So it's like I just find it to be an interesting thing. Now I wonder if again that's just the way it played out because it's authoritarian bad guy talking down to good guy he doesn't see as equal. And her talking back up to him, or if that was a little bit of planting seeds by Lucas of what the story would be later on. I don't know how exactly far ahead he thought these things through.
We'll talk about that later.
Perfect. I just like that scene. I like the way it looks. That stuck out to me watching it this time around.
Yeah. But I like it even that go between and like they've killed. I'm guessing everybody on except for Princess Leia. And even to that point, there is the I can't remember the commander's name, but when they're going back and forth of like, oh, we've got to like you're going to like kind of taking her, going to like get more sympathy in the rebellion in the Senate, and then they have to like, well, just tell them there was a distress call, we turned up, and everybody's dead. So you got that kind of thing. They are still answerable to something,
right?
Like
a
Senate,
some
government. So you kind of gain, they're out on their own, but of course, then you easily find out from the scene that you said that's coming up. That's it. But again, you've got that, and then you get probably would this be the most iconic planet just because it's iconic because
it's the most overused planet.
Sand,
it's almost apparently in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
Oops, did I say
massive
that?
universe, but 90% of the stories of Star Wars take place here. All right, we'll reel it back into this movie. Yes, definitely an iconic look with the sand.
Now this is like I said, cool. I can see the presence of Dune straight away. It's a you don't know what it is, sand planet. We have got now 2, I suppose, droids or 2 beings or whatever you want to call it, like out of things who aren't suitable for the environment, who like that, and this is literally this is where the movie slows down slightly for this, like kind of getting through it. They are trying to give you their struggle through this that it's kind of they don't want to drag it out, like hours, because like I'm guessing their journey takes longer than we see on screen, and it's well done, but it does slow it down because we're supposed to know their kind of where they are. It's like if you were like a human or like humanoid in this world and you came there in the middle of nowhere, that's things. But then they instantly, you get that whilst that's doing that, you instantly get the I suppose the friendship of R2D2 and C3PO, because they are a bickering couple. They are the odd couple. Yeah, they are an odd couple, and I love that. You get that straight away. It is silly. It plays up. They are the comic relief, I suppose, in the movie, as such. And like their bickering leads to R2D2 going that way and C3PO going that way. And I do like that. It's just like, again, it's just that odd couple adventure we're seeing now.
And I think what really helps it or makes it work is from the comedy aspect, at least I think, is the translation factor, where we don't know what R2D2 is saying, but it's that understanding that C3PO does, and the way he's kind of saying R2D2's thoughts out loud, then arguing back against them. It just works out really nicely. The fact that he's also, not only are they disagreeing, he's got to disagree and explain it to us in a way that doesn't feel kind of too on the nose or like too weird, clunky dialogue wise, I should say. It comes out, it just plays off really nicely.
Now, because when you said the movie slows down, it slows down in pace, but also, and James, you can tell us this, are there extra scenes added in the remaster around this whole Jawa situation? Because I feel like when I rewatched it, and I hadn't seen it in a year or two, but I have the Steelbook version. Boy, I felt like some of the Jawa scenes just went on forever. Is there extra
Not the
scenes?
Jawa scenes, no, because you get C3PO kind of waves at their vehicle.
Yeah.
Then
Hello,
there's the big,
over
yeah, hello,
here.
yeah. And then you get the kind of canyon
Mhm.
with R2D2's rolling through it, and then you see a Jawa, he hides, and then they're in a cave kind of thing, and then they kind of shoot him with, I suppose, like a
Stun gun, electro.
kind of, whatever it
EMP
is,
gun.
and they get, and then he goes down. That is literally original. Again, it's just been
Okay.
touched up.
Mhm.
The only
Felt like it
bit
was longer.
that has been added is with the stormtroopers later on, but that is more background information, like more
Okay.
a little bit. Yeah, there's probably, I mean, like I'm going about like 5 seconds added, must have been, but that's it. So you get, so we go on to that. So we get C3PO, as I said, waves at, oh, hello over here, kind of in his little posh British fake accent. And then you get R2D2 kind of gets captured by the Jawas, and I didn't know what they were. They have literally when as you're a kid, they're scary as anything. Some people hooded with yellow eyes come at you.
Light
with a
up
gun.
eyes. Yeah.
Like, that is freaky. And I still love it as today. You still don't know what they look like. I think
No.
that's
Mhm.
clever.
For
Nobody
now.
wants to take off that hood for now. Yeah, it's be like, so. But then you kind of get their, I guess, in straight away you get to their, I can't remember what their vehicle's
Factory?
called.
What are we
Yeah,
gonna
kind
call
of
it?
things. And then you kind of get the thing come down, sucks up R2D2 into the hole, I suppose, like that. And it's just literally a droid kind of mismatch. It's I hate to
Chop
say
shop.
they are,
It's like
yeah,
a
they are,
chop shop.
Mhm.
they are the stepson and sons of Star Wars, of Tatooine. Let's say that. If, like, do you know stepson and son?
Sanford and Son. Here it's
Yeah,
Sanford and
Stanford.
Son.
Okay,
The junkyard
that's what I
guys.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, junkyard.
I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. So that's, you instantly get that, and then so yeah, it's kind of introducing that, and then you do get, as Sadie said, what has been added is you get now an add-on to the original, is you get the kind of stormtroopers have landed. There's kind of, they've added some beasts and like that, so we know on the planet.
Yeah.
they've
Yeah, like
now
that's gotta
found,
be CGI they
Yeah.
added, right?
yeah,
That
that's
big
all. That
creature.
little bit all added. I think the original one was one stormtrooper. He dived down and went, "Look, droids." That's it. That's the original. That's it. And then you get a couple of more added on scene, like better shots of the vehicle going past and all that.
Mhm.
They're traveling somewhere, so you do get much. But I'm like, it must be like 10 seconds.
It's not a
You-
lot.
like that.
It feels
Yeah.
like this drags a little bit. I hate to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels
Yeah.
like this part drags just because I want to get to more shooting. That's
Yeah,
just-
Yeah.
this is it's probably my least favorite part of the movie.
Yeah, but I think it does it well. It's showing its isolation of Tatooine, and
Yeah,
you
for
understand,
sure.
and you understand what the next sequence of events and why there is farm boy to hero,
Mhm.
and there is a cutout scene that we might talk about later with Biggs, but we
Mm.
get the Jawas turn up at the Lars homestead and introducing, and I think it's very iconic, Luke, and then of course Aunt Beru kind of said, like, what has he got, make sure he got somebody who speaks Butchie. I can't remember.
Butchie,
Oh,
make
yeah,
sure to be
yeah, something like that.
barking.
Yeah,
Or other.
yeah. And then of course we have then introduction of our farm boy, Luke Skywalker and his auntie and uncle in the horrible wasteland, and why you would ever be a moisture farmer in this like land, it's a bit odd. But like I do like it how it's set up is like they are isolated. They are in the middle of it, and it does set it up, not in this movie, but it does set it up well. Reasons for being for other movies, but in this you get, and then again you got Owen who is inspecting, I suppose, the row of droids, and he comes up to the protocol droid, and it's literally, oh hello, so it's good. But it's a good again setup that they pick the oh my god, I forgot his name, red droid who's up there, R4, and he goes off after he finds out I don't know need for a protocol droid, and he was like, oh, one of my last jobs were a was it a
something about power converters? I
yeah
think
evaporators,
moisture evaporators.
What was similar to such and such, and he's like, oh yes, we'll have you then. He's like, I have these two, and then of course R4, they gets kind of he's motivator goes, blows, and then oh look, lucky enough there's another one, R2D2, and he's like, oh, I worked with him before, and it's just like a nice again setup, like, oh, but you didn't think that they were going to come along. And even to that C3PO, they might be bickering, but he still come with us, and he even says, I feel like that, I don't know why I put my neck out for you or something like that. I stick my neck out. So it's a good one. And then you do get before that get these droids Owen clean them up before, and he was like then you get the kind of the boredom of Luke of like, I was going to go to and like go into town, and I think that's what he says about the power converters, like you can mess around with your friends when your chores are done. So he's kind of in that, you can say stuck, and then of course he's cleaning them, and he's playing with the famous freighter of like that, and he can tell that he's very, very bored. So it's again, it's now setting it up. We got a very lonely, bored. He's in the middle of nowhere. He's blatantly not wanting to do the work, but his uncle's got his reasons. Maybe not now. He's got his reasons why he wants to stick there.
Well, it's a very relatable scenario that they set up for a movie that's supposed to be this sci-fi movie in a galaxy far, far away. It's still a very, very relatable scenario for any you got to imagine Luke's some teenage age in this part of the story. So who hasn't been in that kind of spot where you want to go out, your parents aren't letting you, type of thing. You're bored of the town you grew up in, the city you grew up in, whatever it is. The whole place starts to feel a little bit small. It sets up an incredibly relatable story for pretty much all ages, from the teenage age all the way up to adults who would have been watching this movie either at the time or still now to this day. Because I know, at my age, I can still relate to being in that spot. So it's a nice way to set up the hero character, I think.
And we're talking about the harvest, right? We're getting ready for the harvest, and how many hands do I have? He's talking about robots. That's just cool to me, right? That it's not farm hands.
Right.
He's purchasing robots to do stuff around the farm. How different is that, and how cool is it? And I love the setup here. I really do like the way this scene looks, and the scenes in the Lars, like the way the house is underground. And there's the courtyard in the middle, and the rooms are all around the courtyard. I loved that. I thought that was just so interesting and creative.
And was an active hotel in Tunisia at the time. Was an active hotel.
Really?
You could have stayed in Tunisia. It wasn't a set, it was an actual hotel. Yeah. That is now being swamped by sand. So no longer there.
Okay,
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I also like about what you pointed out there, Sandy, with the idea of like it's the harvest and he's getting all these droids and all that, and how like cool and different it is one. I love the way they do that, because it is cool and different, and at the same time it's still very similar to, again, a relatable real situation of any farmer's harvest. Yeah, maybe it's not buying droids. Maybe it's different calculations and different supplies and things that they're worried about getting. But you would imagine they would be in that similar kind of high tense pressure cooker situation. Like, all right,
A
this is
make or
this is the
break
big
time of
season,
year.
right? Exactly.
Mhm.
This is our everything. This is our livelihood. So it's so relatable, but then it's so cool and different at the same time that it was a really good way to start telling the story. You know, kind of kick the whole thing off.
Yeah. But now you kind of, I suppose, from that, we now get our mission is why, like, I'm guessing they don't, I don't think they ever explain it is in any movie is, there's our reasons, as we know, but literally Princess Leia is heading for this planet. She has been heading for this planet. So though R2D2 is landed there and he's got the plans, he instantly says, I'm looking for my old master. And we find out that from C3PO, that's not your old master. And he's looking for Kenobi. And even Luke says, there's an old hermit, but it's Ben. It's Ben Kenobi. Wonder if he meets him. So that's, yeah. And then of course there's the back and forth between C3PO, who's again, I suppose, is trying to play the look. We're in a bit of a string, like we're in the crap. Like these are our new masters. Keep quiet. Stop causing trouble. And then, of course, we find out straight away that Luke's still he's very open to his auntie and uncle. He tells them, "I think they might have been stolen." And I'm guessing, like everybody knows, yes, the jar was kind of still everything. But he's got this as well. Like before that, he's got this thing. Like you was in the rebellion. He's like heard about this great struggle. He's like, as we know later, he's on the outer rim. They probably get the news really kind of late, or he's in the middle of nowhere, and he's got this fantasy like thing about the Galactic Empire and the rebellion. These are two romantic novels for him because he's literally in the sand. He's doing a farm job, doesn't really like it. He'd rather go go off and spend time with his friends, but he's being like pulled down as you say with this scene when they're guessing it's lunch or dinner, and they're kind of saying that you've got enough hands, and I want to give my join the academy
application
this year. And he's like, no, you can do it next year. I need you for the harvest. And I always like this, how it's opened. It doesn't explain what academy it is. Is it I'm guessing it is the Empire. He wants to join up as a pilot, like that, because like he's not going to go off and be like a rebel. He's not a pilot as such that yet. So I'm guessing they leave it open, but I'm guessing it is supposed to mean the Empire, in grand scheme of things, because none of the movies address it. There are lore, and we won't talk about that because we'll be here like 10 years. But in the movie and the movies, it doesn't say who he's going to think. So that's it. And then, of course, you get he gets very pissed off. And he kind of are like, oh, his uncle Owen tries to bring him down to like, I need you. We need you here. And then he's like, it's like gets up. Where you going? I'm guessing I'm going nowhere. And it is then Aunt Beru kind of goes, look, he's just not a farm. And then you get I love this bit. It's like there's undertone of that's what I'm afraid of. It's just like that thing. It's like, oh, yeah, that is what I'm afraid of. And it's just like, ooh, what's that about? And then you probably have the next bit is bringing up here from a different view is the iconic, very iconic. Again, John Williams sets it up like beautiful music. Him coming up with the sunset of the two sons of Tatooine as they're folding. And it's a beautiful scene because it shows Luke that longing. I always found it as I was a kid, and I still see it now. He's longing to be better himself. He's like, I'm not a farmer. I need that longing to see him. He's looking out into the horizon. What is out there? So it's good.
And he's probably never been farther away than Tashi Station or whatever he talks about with his friends. It's not even about. Here's where I thought the academy was, because I thought about it a bit. Like, it wouldn't be the Empire Academy and the Rebellion. I would think it would be like, okay, Jay, you'll know what this is. like your local, like your National Guard, like your planet is just one part of
Right.
the empire. So
Mhm.
there might be some kind of local pilot academy or something to that effect that,
Yeah, it could be.
all of
Yeah.
his friends went to when they turned 16, and here he is, he's 18 or 19, and he's still on the farm and they're all ahead of him, and he just feels like every day it's slipping farther and farther away. And oh my gosh, I look at my uncle and my aunt, and am I going to be them in
Yeah.
10 years? Is this my future? Ooh, and he doesn't want that. I think we missed when he was tinkering around with R2 and C3PO was in the oil bath.
Oh,
He
God,
stumbles
yeah.
upon
Sorry, the message. Yeah, as I said, like Ben
Yeah.
Kenobi, but yeah, that's the whole message of the first time. It's a weird scene now because of what we know, but where it says it. But yeah, the hologram, a holographic projection of Leia. So
And the
yeah,
iconic quote. There's
go
so
on.
many quotes from this film that we take for granted, but help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope. So here in the States, Stasis, this was even mocked on old like commercials during soap operas. And the reason soap operas were called soap operas is because the advertisers made soap. It was Procter
Mm.
and Gamble. And the Calgon, take me away, help me, you're my only hope. It was the same, like that quote got kind of mangled into, sadly, like Princess Leia's tone and cadence into all those 1970s and 80s housewives that, needed better dish soap or needed better laundry detergent. And it was, help me, you're my only hope. Help me,
Mm.
Tide, you're my only hope. But
They should have said only soap. It would have been so much
right, they
better.
probably did
They probably,
somewhere, but that scene was done over and over and over again. I always wondered, like, okay, if this is R2 filming the holograph, how come it's filmed from a different perspective? But we're not going to get into all that technical, because it should just be her face, right? But they're showing
yeah.
her whole body. How did that happen? Where was the camera? But a really, really important scene for the entire film, because and you see just a piece of the whole message. You're only seeing the very
Yeah.
end of the
But you
message.
also, and you're seeing how snidey R2 is because he's like, oh, if you disable to sit through C3PO,
Uh-huh.
if you disable my what do they, oh my god, we call it, it's called
The controller,
Restricted
the
bolt.
the
bolt, oh, but
Restricted
bolt,
the restrictor
restraining
bolt, yeah,
bolt,
restraining
yeah.
bolt. That's it. If you take that off,
Oh, that might help.
yeah, and then he's like, "What do you mean?
Uh,
Play the whole message. What message? What you said? Smack like that." So it's a good sub. Like he's a cheeky little fella. Let's say that. So he's again lovable. And then of course, yeah, we go forward. Is then Luke wakes up. He can't find him, and then C3PO tells him he's gone off. I'm sorry, and then it goes back to Aunt Beru making. I'm guessing her they're making breakfast. She's making breakfast. Owen comes in. He goes, "Where's Luke?" Oh, I think he went off to do the droids because there is a scene we gave miss is when Luke says to Owen, "I think they're stolen." He's like, "Take them, get their mind wipes. They belong to us now. Don't I don't care what you kind of saying." So it's like that, and then we get our first of now the most at the time horrible, despicable people. Now they've changed, but in this they are the Tuscan Raiders or Sand People.
Sand people.
And we kind of get our first one of when Luke is going with C3PO to find R2, and we see our first envision of these kind of, I suppose, nomads of the area. We don't know what they are. They could be pirates. They could be anything. We just know straight away after R2 says as well, there's, over the horizon, whatever it is, like, and then we get Luke goes up with his binoculars again, cool binoculars, nothing we've really seen. And I always found it cool seeing when I was a kid, like that
The way
point
it
of view.
dialed
And you go
in.
like, yeah, dials in.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, you're like, I want one of those. And then of course you get like there is a bantha, and then you get your of course, there's one Tusken Raider, and then you get a like moment.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a great
it's kind
device
of-
in film when
yeah.
you're looking in the distance, you're looking far away, and then there's something right in front of you. That is awesome.
Yeah. So we get that, and then of course, Luke gets knocked out, gets dragged by a couple of them, and they start to kind of the speeder. They start to go through the speeder, and we've got R2 who's hiding in a little cave, I suppose, like little thing, and then you get the shriek, the howl from a
Mhm.
distance from a kind of figure. I like
I know
that.
when
He
he's
comes in.
doing that. It's
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, and yeah, there's actually reasons for that. That actually was, but then you get this being comes over, does this little hand gesture on Luke's temple. Still can't see his face. Then I'm gonna have to say it as we know what it is. He senses R2D2,
Mhm.
and then you get probably the most another iconic, just a phrase. Hello there.
Mhm.
How simple
It's
that?
it's so simple but delivered so well.
Just hello there. That's it. Just like that. And he just gives him a little knob, and he's just like, come here, my friend, and it's like that. And we get introduced to Sir Alec Guinness. And I have to say Sir Alec Guinness, because this is the first movie that we've got. We've got a lot of movies with
Is
him
this
on
the
it.
first?
So
First with
This
him.
is the
I was gonna
first.
say,
This is the
is this
first. The first on our
there?
farm list. Yes, this is
So
first.
just so everyone knows why
No.
that's a big deal. So when James is doing his movie recommendations, very frequently there are 2 or 3 names that keep coming up. So we actually were kind of joking about how he's almost the unofficial mascot of your film recommendations. And then even the other day, I forget what it was. Oh no, the mystery. And there he was. There he was
Yeah.
again on one of your mystery recommendations.
Kind hearts and coronets. So like
That's
that.
it.
So, yeah.
But what it is, it's indicative of the quality of really and truly British stage actors who
Mhm.
made the transition into film and really made an unbelievable impact. George Lucas in this film, he was considering several high-end stage actors for certain roles. And not only did he want to bring the quality of the acting, but he knew that Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill were teenagers. He knew that the kind of hodgepodge of people he was bringing together weren't very disciplined. He wanted a disciplined, trained stage actor on the set to really, bring that professionalism. And both Lucas and Alec Guinness recognize that that's what he brought, along with Peter Cushing as well. Like that was what, in addition to his acting, that he contributed to a more professional atmosphere, every day, working on this film. What a man.
Interesting.
Oh my God. And okay, I know we're not going into other films, but if you were to pick someone to play him as a younger person, I think Ewan McGregor is a wonderful choice. I don't think it's so far off from, yes, the accents are different, got it, but I think his whole mannerism and his tone, I like Ewan McGregor playing him younger.
And he
I
didn't
always
watch
have to be
this.
honest.
When he was going to get cast, he didn't watch this version. He went back and went to the black and white versions to get the mannerisms of a
Wow.
younger Alex Guinness, to find
Wow.
out what he was like when he was younger, how he moved, like I suppose in The Man in the White Suit, the card and all that, all those are old, Ealing comedies as well. Is that how he moves, how he developed, and then he kind of got, so he wouldn't do a carbon copy. He was like, no, I'm younger. I've got to learn the younger Alec Guinness. So that's it. So
Interesting.
Love that.
yeah, so that's cool. And I always like how he's sorry, going a different maybe because I could geek out about Alec Guinness, even with like Oliver Twist, Fagin.
Mhm.
It's like you don't, every time you watch it, it's not him. It's like that. So it's like, it's great. So it's things. But I think this having those actors elevates. Ooh, like I suppose it makes it, I suppose, for the time is how like there was that the Hollywood actor and the British actor, the
Yep.
European actor. They were, you know, very, very different. And I think having the British actors there, like, gave it some class. I hate to say it.
It did.
Like, in a way, you know.
And it was just as much what they didn't say as what they said. And
Yeah.
some of the commentary about Alec Guinness, Peter Cushing, and a few others was not about just the words. It was about their choices to act or not act in certain scenes. And I think you mentioned very early on when the lieutenant or whomever is walking with Vader, and he says something about, well, we'll have to explain this to the Senate. And I hate to say it, and credit to that actor, but I thought there were some really clunky dialogue and some kind of poor acting in there with and then Peter Cushing or Alec Guinness comes along and they nail it. They just nail it. And it's just a difference, and we'll talk about Mark Hamill's acting and Carrie Fisher's acting, and so effortless from Alec Guinness in this role. One thing I did want to point out, a quote that happened just a bit before this scene, is when Luke, and 3PO are heading out to find R2, and Luke says something to the effect of, "I have a feeling I'm going to have this droid's going to cause me a lot of trouble." And 3PO says, "Oh, he excels at that, sir." I love that line. That's a good line. That's a really good line.
But they say, like, this is
Excels at
like,
that,
you've
sir.
got those iconic that everybody can roll off the tongue.
Mhm.
Most people watch this multiple times, but yeah, like I do like this introduction of, I suppose, Ben Kenobi in the movie, but as we now find out, then you say acting without acting. This is a great instance of Alec Guinness's talents, because when Ben Kenobi, I suppose, goes, "Oh, look, he's looking for his old master," and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and if you look at he acts without acting. It's the subtle shit from Alec Guinness. You literally sits back. He just literally, like, in a kind of a panic mode. Oh, there is
We knew
something
this was gonna
about.
happen
Oh
someday.
yeah,
Mhm.
and I love that bit. And then he's like, "Obi-Wan Kenobi," as like kind of answers back like that. I've not heard that word, like, things. And then of course it's like, "Oh, I think my uncle knew him. He thinks he's dead." And it's like, and then you've instantly, he's not dead. He's me. Like that. And then you're like, oh, you're the why. And then it's kind of in your head as a viewer, you're like, but he is. Look how he's dressed. He's white. How did he afford being a having a droid? He's being called a hermit. He's an old man living in the middle of nowhere. Why? It kind of plays on you that you don't know the I'm gonna say it, but I don't think the Jedi as things like that, as it is now. He looks like he's weathered, he's torn, he's an old man. Why is he there, and why would he have a link to a droid? We don't know. And then of course we get C-3PO's injured, and then this is probably, I'm gonna stop talking just because now this is my favorite scene when they go back to Kenobi's little hut, and
His little
cave
cave.
hut. Yes.
This reminds me, when on a rewatch, because when you watch these scenes, the first time or the first few times, you obviously don't know who Obi-Wan is. But on a rewatch, it strikes you that this is actually the point in Obi-Wan's story when his life, basically what he's been doing his entire life, at least for the last 16 or 17 years, has now come to fruition, because he's been watching Luke for all this time, regardless of what other bits of entertainment try to tell us he was doing during that time. This is what his whole life is about. And okay, this is a real stretch, but one of my favorite stories in the Doctor Who universe is when Rory is guarding the Pandorica, where Amy has been for 2000 years, because his entire life is about standing there guarding this box for 2,000 years. That's what it's all about. And now it's happened, right? The Pandorica opens, or, you know, but now Ben has faithfully watched Luke for all this time. And now game on. You know, game on. Here's your lightsaber, boy. Let's go. Let's do this thing, you know?
Yeah, he's so ready to just kind of like switch right into that. Like, yep, all right, come with me now. You need to be a Jedi. It's like, I do kind of like that as well. Because, like you said, the whole point of him being there in the first place is just protect him, make sure nothing comes his way in terms of harm. And now it's immediately like, oh, okay, this is the point of let's take harm head on.
Yeah, I like it because you do get a little bit of a straight away. You get the, I suppose, like Luke is getting kind of all the questions answered about his life answered very, very quickly. Not all of them, but even to the where, you know, your father wasn't a freighter pilot. He was once a Jedi Knight like me, you know, and it's like that. And then it's like, what's a Jedi Knight? Then it's like, yes, I like, and you get like snippets what are very clever. Like you get, he fought in the Clone Wars. You're like, what the hell's a Jedi Knight and what's a Clone Wars? And it's great because you're like, what are these? But they kind of like in like your head, you be like, oh, that's a bit odd. But how the story is, you like when you first watched it back in the thing, it's not odd. You're being immersed into this world. So yeah, these things, what they're saying aren't odd. And then of course you get, a very your uncle would not allow you to have this, but I think it's kind of about time. And then you get introduced to the coolest weapon, unavailable, even though it's a bit like unpractical if you're not a Jedi. A bloody lightsaber. Like every kid,
like,
you want a lightsaber. Come on.
He's not handing him a bat or not. No, he's handing him a lightsaber. And like when he first turned, you know, whatever, he activates it, I'd be like, whoa, watch that thing. just watch that thing. But
And he's
it's also in this short exchange, just as you remarked at the beginning, how we learned so much from the scroll and the first few scenes. We learn a lot about the Force and the history of where we are now, just in this exchange between Obi-Wan and Luke. We learn that his father was a Jedi. We learn a little bit about the Force. We learn a little bit about, you know, it's so well done in such a very short period of time. It's not clunky. It's not exposition like, you know, in other shows and films where you've got some stray character that just, oh, by the way, coincidentally, we're walking down the street today. This is my street where I live. You know, it's very effectively done. And I think also to have the two droids, this is not comic relief, right? But you have these two droids who are also kind of grounded because they were on this ship up there. They've fallen to this planet, and now they have this mission as well, tying everything together. It's not just Luke stumbling on this old hermit who he knew was out there anyway, right? But now you've got this mission and you've got this device where all of these, you know, let's call the droids characters. We've got all these characters now quickly put together, all sort of going in the same direction. But Luke doesn't know that yet. He's already saying, no, I got to get back home. My uncle's going to, you know, he's really going to get me. I'm late. No, I can't fight in your war. What are you talking about? They're all going in the same direction now. And there is absolutely no turning back.
Yeah. But it also sets up that he knows Darth Vader. It's like that because this is an elegant weapon for a more civilized age, you know. And then he introduced like who a Jedi is. Like the Jedis were guardians of the peace for 1,000 years until the dark times, until the Empire. And that's when Luke straight goes, "How did my father die?" Because he already said that he was one of you, and then he introduced a Jedi named Darth Vader, you know, and he told you know, a pretty bit. Yeah, it's different to what we know, but that's introducing. I know who this person is. I know who killed your father. So now there's also now vengeance. There's all things, but also again, it's like you know you need to come with me. And he's like, no. And then like, it's that kind of what he's always been longing for to escape. But he also then goes, I can't go because, you know, my uncle needs me. I'm, you know, I haven't got time, or whatever. And then, yeah, it's that play on he should, you know, go, but he's also torn. You know, I've just met you, and you are giving me the opportunity to jump off Tatooine, have the adventure that I've always asked for, and it's kind of scares him. And then, of course, you get, of course, we also at the same time, just before that, we get the full message of in lies the Death Star plans on R2D2. So R2D2 is now bloody important. We find out this thing. We don't know what the Death Star really is. We except for within the scroll at the beginning, but this ultimate weapon, you know, and that's it. So it's set up that now Luke has got this, knows who killed his father, needs to do this mission. He has now I suppose, a mentor that is willing to take him, willing to train him kind of in as such. And he's literally scared. He's like, Alderaan, where? No, what? No, I don't fancy that. And he does. He gets kind of like, I can take you anywhere. You know, he kind of dismisses it. And that's that, like, kind of, I'm not going to do it. But then we get we get our first glimpse of the Death Star, of like this moonship. And then we get, I'm going to hand it over to Jay, because Jay, you jumped into this scene earlier with, the Rebel Alliance are too well equipped or something, and carry on as you see around the seats of all the officers around this really shiny black table.
Yeah, so this is honestly one of my favorite scenes in the start of the movie, or at least this kind of first act of the movie. What we get is like you said, some of the high-ranking members of the Empire here, or this group that's on the Death Star, kind of dissecting what had just gone on with the rebels and all that, and the plans and how they haven't been recovered. And you've got two main characters from this group of high-ranking members talking to one another, with Vader kind of hanging out in the background. And then when Vader steps in to kind of show his force, one of the guys kicks back at him and kind of questions exactly what he thinks his role is in this. He mocks the fact that Vader hasn't gotten the plans yet back from Leia. He mocks the Force as a religion, and I think he says ancient religion or something like that. And as he's proceeding to kind of just belittle Vader, Vader immediately just goes right into a Force choke, starts to choke the guy to death, and eventually a superior to Vader steps in and gets him to stop. Now,
I liked the scene where they walk in, because I think, as Sandy said in the previous one, he has answered somebody, and it's Grand.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he actually, you watch the scene when they walk in around, he's actually following him.
Yep.
He's
yeah.
So he's literally, in the grand scheme, you're taking your orders off him. He takes a seat. Vader, as you say, has to stand behind him. He hasn't got a seat on the table. He has to stand.
Which is why I think this guy still feels like he can kind of poke at Vader a bit and kind of, pull a little bit of rank on him. Because again, like you said, Vader doesn't have a seat at the table. Although, again, as I have the visual cue next to me here, I'm seeing that Vader is standing next to an empty seat. So I'm not sure if that seat is for him and he just doesn't want to sit, or if it is a ranking thing. But regardless, this guy feels like he outranks him. He can poke fun at him, and very quickly Vader puts him in line. And I just like the scene because, again, it sets up, one, how ruthless and powerful Vader is. But just like Stasis alluded to with the picture of this guy here, there's still somebody he answers to. He's not, he's not the Vader he's going to become yet, or that the Emperor that we'll see later on will eventually want him to become. He's still highly up there, highly threatening, but at this point, some of the other high-ranking members of the Empire feel like they can push back on him.
Yeah, but there's a couple of things, like you get nice little things set up, like there's an Emperor, and the Emperor has disillusioned the Senate, and he's got rid of them. They're not going to be the rebellion ain't going to really be a problem anymore. It's like that. But Tarkin is got the ear of this. Who's the Emperor? who, what is this? This
Mhm.
word,
Well,
we've things like that. So there is a pecking order. And it seems, like in the grand scheme of things, you have Tarkin is above in seniority above Vader, even though we find out straight away with the choke, Vader's got this
mhm.
ultimate power of the Force. That is a bygone religion.
Right. And
That's it.
again, like you just said, what they're setting up here is the whole pecking order, the hierarchy of the empire. So like very quickly you're understanding that even what you're seeing in front of you now in this room of high ranking people in this level of it, there's still other levels of it, being the emperor and whatnot. So again, it's establishing, if not in full detail, like, it's not telling you exactly what every rank is, what level is, but it's giving you the idea that there's multiple levels, multiple people of threatening and different power levels within them. And it just does it very quickly, very efficiently in a nice little scene, just like pretty much every bit of setup so far in this first act, where nothing feels like these exposition dumps that just, have the viewer feeling like, I could have put this together on my own. You didn't need to, spell it out for me type of thing. Or, any kind of issues like that. It's efficient, it's quality storytelling, and it's great setup all happening in these quick little scenes, quick little parts.
So can I talk just a minute? When you said, James, when you said now we get the first glimpse of the Death Star, not just the exterior of the Death Star, but the whole aesthetic on the interior of the Death Star. I love this. I love how the hallways are sort of these rectangle rhomboid kind of shapes. There's actually nothing that's straight lines. Everything's kind of not curved, but kind of on an angle. And I love that. I love the fact that there are, you can tell the different ranks of the stormtroopers. We have different colors of different I don't know if they're insignia. I always thought they were buttons on their kind of on their uniforms. You got the blue row and
I
you
thought
got the
like
red
ranking
row.
badges or something
Yeah.
maybe.
You got the little robots on the floor that you kind of miss if you don't pay
Beep, beep,
really
beep.
good attention. But, all of that black and gray aesthetic, but it's really clean and crisp and new.
Mhm.
And you get that new car smell because this Death Star is still under construction.
Mhm.
And I kind of feel that when you're looking at this. And it's just, it's also because everything is new to us. Sci-fi is new and interesting and creative, but I definitely get the feel that this is all brand new. This is just being built. This is in the process of it's on its test drive right now. And I think it's incredibly effective. I think Lucas did an amazing job in all of the different settings that we will see just in this film. I think he did a tremendous job just
Mhm.
distinguishing all the different places and all the different parts of the scenery.
I would agree with that entirely. I love the way the Death Star looks inside and on the outside. And I would even add in the opening scene of the movie, and I forgot to mention this then when we talked about it. I love to this day, I love the way it opens because I love the way that all the ship that Leia's on, I love the design of it. It just looks so clean, so white, so
It's
pristine. The
white.
stormtroopers coming in with their all white, and then in comes Vader in the all black to contrast it. Everything about the scene, the the actual visual side of it, it just holds up so well. A
It
credit
does.
to the job that they did then. This is another one, like you said, the hallways in this, that odd shaped kind of rounded off way that they do the whole thing. All of it just looks so good, and it looks so Star Wars. And I know we don't want to talk about what, different future stuff that came, but I can't help but when I'm watching this, look back and say, it's crazy to me that this, on the budgets they had here, it all looks so good and feels so real and holds
Mhm.
up to this day, 30, 40, 50 years later. It always has throughout time. And then you've got this new stuff where you're watching, it's got these crazy budgets where you're like, this just feels hollow and
There
bland. It
was
doesn't look like
one
Star Wars.
stipulation with George Lucas. He wanted every planet, every species to have a different fashion.
Oh,
Interesting.
That was the thing. They had to have a different fashion. So that's why you've got the Emperor, the Empire looking like that. And that every planet we see, even Leia, she looks different to Tatooine. how they dress
Mhm.
and like that. So he wanted every species to have a different fashion and everything. And I think that goes on more, especially where we're talking about when you get to the prequels,
Right.
they have their own fashion.
Mhm.
And I think that's what, as you said, what goes on later, it all blends.
Yeah, it
It's
just
all the
becomes
same.
this bland,
Yeah.
boring palette colored like stuff.
Yeah.
It's just it doesn't.
It's like who's another
It
a
just
great one
stood
that
out.
does that. The Fifth Element does that very well.
Mhm.
Every part
Yeah.
is a different fashion. So that's good.
It
We're
does.
getting some facts quickly.
Really quickly on the facts. We all know it was released in 1977. It was, quote, created, written, and directed by George Lucas. But James, you're going to tell us a little more about that. The cast, we could just go on and on and on about the cast, but just a note here about James Earl Jones. In the original version, James Earl Jones is uncredited, but again, I watched the Steelbook. In the Steelbook, he is credited, and he's credited ahead of everyone else except for these four. It's Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Alec Guinness, Peter Cushing, and James Earl Jones. And then Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker, they're all down below James Earl Jones. Just an interesting fact is that, which I did not know, is that George Lucas had to actually create Industrial Light and Magic in order to produce the special effects for this film. It wasn't, I guess I thought that was his brainchild, that he wanted to do this. It's something he wanted to do, was create his own special effects company. It wasn't until 20th Century Fox was completely unable to do what he wanted to do with the modeling that he said, all right, I'll just create my own. I'll just create my own company and because they wanted him to just, hey, use whatever we have, use whatever studio space we have. No, just use the people we have. And he had a very specific vision about the modeling, the explosions, how to show scale, again, on a massive scale.
Yeah, that's why it was mostly filmed in the UK as well, because we had the biggest soundstage studios.
Yes.
That's it. And the one thing I do like, this little fun fact, he used to get pissed off because we had unions and we were allowed tea breaks, and at 5 that's it. There's stop work, the buzzer went, everybody went home, and he used to get really annoyed because he knew if he had it was like triple time. And he goes, no, we just need to finish this one shot. It's 20 minutes. And they'd be like, no, we're all gone. That's it. Because the British unions would have no, when you had your tea, you had your breaks. Like, even if you were halfway through a shot and the tea break was, stop. That was it. They were so firm on it. And he said that was the only thing that really annoyed him, because in Hollywood, they would wait till the shoot had ended so they didn't have to shoot it again. And he goes like that. But yeah, apparently, the one thing is it was shot over here because the sound studios to do these big model sets and all that, especially I suppose the big Death Star sets just weren't there in Hollywood. But it's kind of crazy. Yeah,
it is. And for someone who and then later Hoth, as we'll find out in Empire Strikes Back, how that was modeled. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that you have someone who wants to do this, who has a creative vision, and you just say, no, we don't have the space, figure it out. Oh my gosh, what? But he did. So he created his own company in order to carry that out. The same year as Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and we're going to talk about that a little bit when we talk about the music for this film, and the fact that you had so many amazing orchestral works being released and composed by the same composer in a short period of time, that really kind of cemented the importance of a musical score even in a sci-fi film, because this wasn't a soundtrack, this was a score. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. So back to the story after we've taken a little detour on the aesthetics.
So the next bit, I'm going to say, as a kid, I was like, oh, I'm allowed to see this, because the next scene is we get a quick interlude that Ben Kenobi C3PO, R2D2, and Luke Skywalker has come across a shot up Jawas. They're all dead, and they've Kenobi kind of instantly said, "Look, they're supposed to look like Bamford tracks, but they go in single file to hide their tracks. We've got multiple, and the blaster shots are too accurate to be that only stormtroopers can do that. And these are the Jawas these are the Jawas who sold us the droids, and they're gonna know where they come back. And I remember being as a kid, it didn't terrify me, it made me eerie, but I was surprised I was allowed to watch it because of the next scene. Because the next scene, Luke turns up, rushes up, and of course, it's very like when you first see the shot, you don't see what it is. You see the smoke, and then they kind of instantly, and I like this how he's kind of doing a close up, and then you kind of got the burnt char bodies of Aunt Beru and Lars Owen is literally they're gone. It's literally they're gone, and then it kind of has that fact. And people always say, and I don't mind how Luke acts because I think he's more of a shock, and he's like doesn't want to watch, and then it pans out quite quickly. I don't think you needed that drop to the floor, crying your eyes out moment. I don't think is that. I think he's angry as well. So I think how he acts is like how it's portrayed is actually quite good.
See, I will disagree there. I don't find Mark Hamill to be the most talented actor.
Oh no,
his voice acting is phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. I'll give him credit where it's due. And my picking on his quality of acting in Star Wars is not just because I'm not a huge fan of Mark Hamill the person these days. It is honestly just a general critique that I've always found his Luke to be a bit wooden and not particularly well acted, although I've always liked the character. And I will say in this scene, just given the graphic nature of it, because it has to be the most graphic death, I think, in all of Star Wars, at least in terms of aftermath. I know we don't see it happen, but the charred corpses it's pretty visual. So
and
I
the
just
one
would
is
have
pretty
expected
splayed.
more.
The one on the ground is just charred, but the one on the rock is completely splayed out. I mean,
like it's rough. Like if I saw anybody in that situation, I'd be pretty like it. It just seems like it'd be a pretty jarring sight, more jarring than Never mind it being your family. If you happen to walk by and see something like that just because you were strolling through Tatooine that day, you'd probably be pretty upset by it. But to find out that it's your aunt and your uncle who were just basically your only family, I mean, I don't know. I would have expected more reaction.
I also think, and I don't think Luke thinks this, but I think the audience, we can overthink it a little bit and think they met this end because they didn't tell them where Luke was.
Right.
They protected him. They protected the droids.
Right.
They too always knew this day would come, just like Obi-Wan. They knew this day would come, not necessarily that there'd be a droid hiding battle or the architectural plans to a death ship, but they knew something like this was going to come, and they did their thing, and they protected their nephew, and they died for it. And I think just in the brutality of that very quick 3-second scene, I think we know all of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would agree that I think it's very easy to make the conclusion that that's kind of exactly what happens there, which again goes to speak to the very quick and efficient setup of what they do in this movie, the way they tell the story.
Well, that's it, because in the next scene you have the Vader and a couple of I suppose guards walking down the corridor of the prison area and the detention area, and then he opens up, and then Leia's there. He storms in, and it's like, I'm going to get you. And it's the music of that medical droid, and he's coming in with the needle. Yeah. Yep. Oh my god, that used to freak me out. I think it's like it's really like, oh, what's going on?
It's bad without that little noise.
Yeah.
I like the design of it too. I like that it's a little mini Death Star.
Yeah, it is. But like most people are afraid of needles. A lot of people don't like needles. So like that, having that, it's like a giant needle coming at you as well. You're like, it's like that. So I think that bit is it's a very quick scene because it's like does that and then jump, the door's closed, and then you get Luke going back to Obi-Wan, who's getting the kind of a pile of the Jar Wars together. And then it's kind of like, I suppose, like, you look back at it as the movie as the time, it's like he's literally, there's nothing for me now, so let's go kind of moment. And then it's kind of like, this is where the adventure begins, I suppose, like that for Luke, because he's going to get off world very, very soon. But then you get to see our first place of wretched hive of scum and villainy like that, and I love that. So we get that the first introduction of I suppose an alien town, I guess, in the best way to call it, in Star Wars. It's like that. So yeah, it's quite
like a what are we gonna call, like a trading, I don't know, I kind of looked at it like a trading
it always
station
came off to me as like something out of the Wild West, like a little town with the saloon where everybody's just kind of passing through, all the bad stuff happens, and that kind of vibe.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Wild West in space. Now in the next, there's difference. In this version you have a drawn out new CGI scene, don't we? We have a bit more of a back things, like a bit where it was shot, but because of the lighting, it all messed up, and they've added things walking past and like droids coming through the shot. But I do like when with the speeder kind. I guess it gets stopped at a checkpoint. A stormtroopers are surrounded the speeder. And it's like, can we identification? You don't need to see our identification. And it's like, and it's like I love the scene because Luke looks very confused of what's going on. Like he's repeating everything you're saying, and now we're loud on our way. And what he asked for, you didn't have to do. And it's just like that. And then again, it's like that. When they stop, it's like, how did you do that? Well, yes, the weak-minded, like that. There are things like that, and it's that little thing is like, he's something different. Kenobi's something different. It's like that. We haven't been fully introduced to a Jedi, but he's got some powers. If they're magical, we don't know, but he has something, like that. And then, of course, they get to the cantina scene that they're looking for a freighter pilot to take them off-world. And it's like, and then you get, again, it's another iconic scene that was restrained by budget. So let's say that they were supposed to be a lot more than there was. And
really?
A lot of different ones that did cut out that I believe. Here we go. There's a fun fact. So when you get all the aliens go past, so we get like the different bits. There were supposed to be more that was in there, but there were ones that they repurposed from another show. Just the costume design of ones that like bees or wasps that they then repurposed in A Force Awakens. That scene when they kind of just did the carbon copy, they did that in the background as a nod to. They were cut from the last one because they look stupid, but they did.
With the big eyes.
Yeah, because they were literally, and I think it was like a Doctor Who or something like that. That British TV thing they took to Disney, and they went, "We've got these, but we've run out of budget. We've taken them from another show," and they didn't end up putting it in there. But yeah, but it just shows, like, I like this because it sets up it's not Earth. This is nowhere. This is a strange enough to us as it is to Luke when he gets there, because everybody's talking different languages. We've got like this weird kind of like weird music going on. We've got like the band even looks like all of alien. We don't know what's going on. Everybody's in their little pods of like that, and then we get our then first introduction to Chewie. We see like Obi-Wan's talking to Chewie, and then we get this scene is great setup, not to just show that we are in a place, like a Western. Don't look at me, I'll shoot you in the back kind of
Saloon.
moment with
Yeah,
the
saloon.
saloon. But you also then get when we get the introduction like of the, I suppose, the two villains. One of them taps Luke on the shoulder and then says, it's like, he doesn't like you. I don't like you either. I've got the death mark on. I can't remember how many worlds it is, and
On
then
12 solar systems.
yeah, and then instantly Kenobi. I need to step in just to
Disarm him.
Yeah. Like, but he, first of all, he's like, he kind of like tries to calm the moment. He's like, don't worry about him. He's with me, but let me get you something. And then, of course, the blaster comes out. We see a blaster, and then we instantly, first time we see a lightsaber, the weapon as it is, and like how fast Kenobi is into it. And I like this because he goes in from, this kind of old figure, and then when he's like, you watch it when he's actually got the weapon, he goes into, as we would know, like a full Jedi Knight, and like a prominent, I'm a figure, I'm revered, and like that. So, and I still like it, even though probably a lot of the cantina have heard of this weapon. They're all supposed to be dead, but they all just go back to their business. I like that. I like that kind of thing. It's like
again.
Music. It's like, it's like that. And it is like
later.
you get that old Western feel of like you get them old Western movies when there's a bar fight, there's a little gunfight, and then he's dead. Move on. And like that, and it's like, apologies, but everybody's gonna go about their business. That wasn't my business. I don't really need to know. So I do like this whole, again, it's a great setup there. Everything's a setup for the next, as like Jacob said, you got the axe within this movie. It's just they're setting us up for the next bit, and it makes you draw you in. So
you also get all the different creatures, so many different kinds. It's not lazy about the costuming, the creature design. The drinks are all different colors. There's things floating in the drink. It's just a whole lot of creativity happening in this one scene, maybe in one of the very few scenes where you are going to see so many different creatures from so many different places. I don't think, it's not until later films that you have these scenes in the Imperial Senate or the Senate. We've got all the different creatures, right? All the different, I guess ethnicities, planeticities. But here's the place for people from across the galaxy. I just, as a kid, thought that was cool. I just really thought that was cool. And when I wanted to collect my little action figures, I wanted all the different weirdo looking ones. Like I wanted a Greedo, which I had, and I wanted a General Akbar, not from this film, but like I wanted all the weird looking creatures. And I love this scene. I hate the music in this cantina scene.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, I like
it. I don't know why.
I actually really like it.
I don't know why.
I think it sets off that we've had John Williams and we've had this other, like this epic opera, and then it's
like I think you're right. I think because it, and it should be distinctive.
Yeah.
But overall, I love this. Absolutely love this scene.
No, I agree. And I think, again, like you guys have pointed out, it shows off so many species of aliens in this universe. So once again, it's just efficient and quick story building, a world building told through the story, which is, there's obviously all these different species. It's interesting because obviously knowing how he would, set it up to name this number 4 and then go back and do starting at number 1 with the prequel trilogy. You can see the bits of how he must have been thinking, like, okay, I want to set up the little seeds to be able to expand on this immensely and without restriction. It's not that he goes very into how many planets there are, how many species generally are aware of in this world. He just keeps setting it up so you can see different kinds of it, numbers of it, to essentially leave himself with infinite storytelling
Mm-hmm.
possibilities as he would go forward. And then obviously, we saw the ways in which it goes. But looking back on it from that light, I know we're trying to look at it just from the light of seeing this for the first time. It is really interesting to see that he must have, always been thinking a few steps ahead, to some degree.
Hold it. Or did he?
Well, I was gonna say,
Dun.
even if they say, or he says that,
At
it
some
was only
point.
supposed to be a one-time movie and a one thing, I just find it hard to believe with the way he left the storytelling so perfectly open with little clever little things that are almost unnoticeable. But in those ways, he really did leave it to flesh it out so much more if he ever so chose to, or if studios made him, or whatever, the story ends up being. But no, it's just really clever. And one other aside I'd love to point out from this, have either of you ever watched, unfortunately, have you watched Rebel Moon, if you have?
Yeah, I didn't watch this part 2, but I
Oh,
saw
perfect,
part
because it's in
1.
the first one. So the first
Yeah.
one tries to recreate this whole cantina scene,
Yes,
and
it
it
does.
is abysmal. I can't even begin to explain it. If you ever have the misfortune of watching that movie, you'll know exactly what I mean. Or if you ever just look up the clip of the kind of saloon scene from Rebel Moon on YouTube, you'll see it. They try to do this like basically shot for shot for the most part, and it is just horrifically bad.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't then.
Oh, it's so bad. The movie
Well,
takes from a lot
I
of
won't
things, but
say
this
it.
was one of the worst ones they did.
But like this is like, again, like everybody's like, this is literally what's it, for a few dollars more. This is literally the scene out of a few dollars
Oh
more.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
literally that introduction to like they're all the best, where they're all sitting and everything like that.
Mhm.
So this is so Western. This is such an
is.
introduction to a Western
And
saloon. It's
I
great.
think that ends up being a fine line when it comes to movie making, is the line between inspiration and imitation.
Yeah.
It's incredibly fine. I think it's really hard to walk that line, and if you fall on the wrong side of it, it just looks so bad. But there's
Rebel
times
Moon.
when you can fall on the right side of it, and yeah, exactly, Rebel Moon. But there's times when you fall on the right side of it, which
Yeah.
is the inspiration, where people can say, "Oh, what a great nod to this," or
Yeah.
"What a great nod to that," type of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I said we've got introduced briefly. We saw him in a shot to the mighty Chewbacca, but then we get introduced to our scoundrel, our main. I suppose like he's like, also I guess in this movie he is supposed to be the heartthrob, the naughty boy for the ladies. Let's say that the like in this movie. So we get introduced around again one of them a cove pods, I suppose you want to call them. Of we get Han and Chewie together for the first time, and they're kind of making a bargain. Let's say that to things. And I had to wear this shirt with the Millennium Falcon onto it.
Nice.
We get the name, the Millennium Falcon, and don't know what it is. Blah blah blah. But Han Solo is bigging it up like it's the best thing ever. We hear multiple tales about that. And yeah, Chewie's there. And again, I do like this is we don't understand Chewbacca, but everybody else does like that. And I like that. And again, it's like when we don't understand R2D2, but C3PO does.
Mhm.
It's like, I think it's we don't need subtitles. We get it. We get it from the response, not from what they're saying. Yeah, we get it from the response.
Yeah.
I like that. So
I like that.
Yeah.
And
then,
can I
of
tell
course-
you?
Yeah,
Go ahead. I was
Go-
going to
no,
say, I had the amazing opportunity. One of my proudest moments as a mom. My younger daughter was into Lego and sci-fi and all kinds of cool nerdy stuff, and my older daughter not. And one Christmas, we gave my younger daughter the X-Wing fighter Lego. She was about 7 and put it together in about a half an hour. I kid you
No
not.
kidding. Wow.
My older daughter walks in and says, "Wow, good job." My older daughter being 12, "Wow, good job, Hannah." And Hannah says, "Yeah, and next, Mom, maybe I'll get the Millennium Falcon." My older daughter says, "What's the Millennium Falcon?" My younger daughter says, You don't know the Millennium Falcon? My older daughter shakes her head, and my younger daughter says it's the ship that made the Kessel Run in 1257.
Oh, that is
It was
brilliant.
Brilliant.
my
Brilliant.
proudest moment as a mom to watch
Did
it
you just
a great
did you
job.
just
unfold.
stand up straight and just go, my work
That's
here is done?
fantastic.
My
and walked
work
off?
here is done.
That is
My older
fantastic.
daughter was completely being honest that she had no clue what the Millennium Falcon
Oh, that
was.
is
And my
brilliant.
younger daughter, she just got right to it. It's the ship that made the Kessel Run in under
That's
12
hilarious. That's
parsecs.
great.
So, yep, and I still remind them, that was like 5 years ago. I still remind them that's one of my proudest moments. So I guess I am doing the right things here.
That's
That
awesome.
is great. That is
Doing a
good
great
stuff.
job over there.
Yeah. So back to the movie. So they make a deal. We're gonna double your money or whatever it is back.
Mhm.
Now, this is where this next scene after they must be like Han says to Chewie, they must be desperate, blah blah blah. Get the Falcon ready, I'll meet you there, kind of moment. Then we get Greedo, the first introduction of a bounty hunter, and we get the first the first, I suppose, the new people, the old people, the middle people always disagree with this. Now, me and Sandy are probably going to say something different to Jay, but Jay will probably understand that we are right. Han shot first.
I've actually never had much of an opinion on this because I feel like I've never given, when I grew up watching this,
Yeah.
I don't know that I ever really saw the original true version of it. And I've never
Yeah.
gone to look up scenes of it on YouTube or anything to see, exactly how it plays out. I've heard that they've digitally changed the way the shots come out and all that kind of stuff. So I've never had a horse in this race. In my mind, I'd like to think that Han shot first because I like that being in his character better. But I've never had a big stake in this argument.
No, because I think it's like the first time again you get Jabba, who's Jabba, it's like that, and then you get Greedo kind of saying like every bounty hunter in the system's after you. You're lucky enough. I found you first. Hand over the money, and I might forget that I saw you. In the original, he shoots first. Yeah. And then what they changed it about is Greedo shoots first. Now in the one on Disney Plus, they shoot at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I
So there's
thought.
3 different variations of it. It's very bizarre, but in the original, everybody Solo,
I like
he shot first. It's like that. And I think that makes I think that makes his character first. It was a play like, oh, he's supposed to be the good guy, but he's not, and I like that. I like it. He's
an anti-hero to a degree in the right kind of sense of it.
Yes,
But he knows his life
100%.
is on the line here.
Yeah,
he knows exactly what he owes Jabba. He knows what's going on, and that's the only choice he has.
It's not like it's an unwarranted shot first.
Yep.
It's this guy's gonna kill me if I don't kill him first. So I gotta jump.
That's it, because when he's got his pistol out or blaster already, and when he sits down, he just unbuckles his belt. He just the holster.
If you're on that side of the barrel of a gun, I don't see how you shooting first can ever be viewed as you being villainous. It just doesn't really make sense. I would have left it as it was.
But again, they have that back and forth. But the next bit, I love it because this shows his character. He goes past and just goes to the barman.
Yeah,
sorry about the mess, and just throws him a coin.
Very casual.
And then just like walks out like nothing has happened. I love this setup. You're like, it makes him cool. As a kid,
this
you're like,
has happened before.
He's kind of cool. Just like, sorry for the mess. And he just walks out.
Clean it up.
Like, not a care in the world. It's like that. And he's just had the stormtroopers there, but like everybody else, it happens. Like that, this place happened. It's like that. And he knows the environment he's in. So it's great. So, I do like this kind of, he's kind of set up, and I understand why you do as a kid. Mine's slightly different, but I still get why people are like, you pick 2. You're a Luke Skywalker or you're a Han Solo character.
Well, see, it's funny you say that because I was just going to say what I like a lot about the movie up to this point is, and why I can understand how it was such a just ridiculous hit right out of the gate, is they've done such a good job at now introducing, 3 to 4 characters that are relatable to so many different portions of an audience. You've got Luke, who can be relatable to your younger, audience fan, your younger kid, younger boy who likes that just heroic, character, a little bit more relatable in age. Then you've got Leia, who's the strong female character, who now all your female audience members have a kind of a character they can relate to from that sense, but also she's strong where men like her. Vice versa for women liking Luke as well. Like all these characters are liked, unanimously across the board, but they also fit certain demographics, which I think was a strategic way to write the story. Because then you have Han, who hits kind of that older, the older range of viewer, your later teens to mid 20s or 20s kind of range, where he's the heartthrob the girls like. He's also the bad guy that guys want to be at that age, the womanizer going around, the scoundrel of the universe type of thing. And then you've even got an Obi-Wan character who might, be a little bit more liked and relatable to your older audience members of that kind of, the age of wisdom and all that. These 4 characters they set up are so good, so relatable to so many different demographics. They're so well written, so likable. And then on top of that, you add the cherry of Darth Vader, who's just this total badass villain. I mean, the characters they created for this are just brilliant. And it really helps you understand why it was such a hit.
And this is also, it's at this point in the film that I looked and I think we're only like, a half an hour or so into the film.
You're
It's a
still in
short
the
film.
first act.
This is a short film, and we do so much in the time that we have. Think about how many other god-awful movies drag on and on and on and don't accomplish much. I love everything you just said, Jay, and then throw in a creature like Chewbacca
Yeah,
and 2
stuff like
misfit
that.
droids. What a
Mhm.
team. What a team you've
Yeah,
got here.
that's
I
so
love
true.
that.
I didn't even include them, really. I mean,
Uh-huh.
and again, dynamics between all of them. The odd couple one with the droids, obviously, with C-3PO and R2-D2. The buddy cop not even buddy cop, the buddy kind of criminal, I guess, rather vibe of Chewbacca and Han,
Uh-huh.
which we see that kind of recreated later on, inspires other things. Like look at Guardians of the Galaxy with Rocket and Groot. It's a very similar thing with those two. It's iconic, that relationship that they had there. So again, even the kind of smaller side characters just brilliantly crafted, and how much merch, just from a strategic standpoint of you want a movie to be successful. Obviously, the studio wants that too. You know how much they must have sold of just C-3PO, R2-D2, Chewbacca, all that kind of stuff. So adding those little side characters from a quality standpoint of the story in the movie, phenomenal. And then to see, the way, again, it became such this just once in a lifetime, phenomenon success. You can totally understand how that happened.
Now, before I forget, I just want to bring up a fact like that, because I forgot about this fact. It's like Princess Leia. So there was when they first shot this, they had to go to I don't know what the American certification board is, and they wanted to just make it whatever it was at the time. They had to reshoot. They did a test shot, and George Lucas indicated women in this universe, the brassiere has not been made.
Don't wear one. I know.
Yeah, and she had, of course, showing nipples, so they had to pad this out, so like that. But originally they weren't going to let it be universal. It was just a thing, so they had to kind of things. But yes, women in space or in this universe, the brassiere does not exist. So I just before a very fun fact.
Technologically superior to us, I would think they would definitely be wearing one, because there is a utility to wearing one. But anyway,
the Wonder Bra does not exist yet. So so we get back. Next scene is we go now back to Death Star. Darth Vader's interrogation, his manipulation of the mind probe, or whatever you want to call it, has not worked. She is resistant to it, and Tarkin has gone, well, maybe she might have a different ways of persuasion. What that is, we don't know yet. But then, of course, we get now. We're making our way to the Millennium Falcon. So Luke has sold his speeder. He's pissed off because he's not got money credits for it, or much. And then you get now. I don't like this scene. This is literally, I think it's pointless. It shouldn't be in the movie, and I understand why it got cut originally.
Ugh,
Even with
yeah.
the gentleman who played Jabba, things, I just don't get this. I do not get why they. I don't get even when you remastered it and put Jabba in this scene. So it is Han is approached the hangar, and Jabba the Hutt is there. And they have a little bit of back and forth about, he dropped the when the goods when an Imperial freighter, like off his freighter, when Imperial cruiser, they all get boarded. So I had to drop the merchandise. I just hate this. I don't get it,
do too.
even though it looks clunky. And the worst thing is, a fan edit of this is better because they do it as if Jabba is a hologram, and it works better. Because
Oh,
I don't get why Jabba would be there. I like it how I'm going about the other movies, but you don't know who Jabba the Hutt is until Return of the Jedi, and when you see him, I think it's interesting that you, in your head, all these different elements. Who is this? Who is that? You can make them up. Well, I think it's more mysterious. Yeah, we've not seen it, but I don't.
I do
I don't.
too. I agree
I
with you
don't like it.
100%. It was shoehorned in, and obviously, I think everyone realizes that is
Mm.
the scene that everyone recognizes was added because it
Yeah.
doesn't fit.
Well, it's even to the point where they introduced Boba Fett for the first time in this. You get him walking past, and I'm like,
Yes.
you just did it. And it's like, it's one of those ones. And it was, I'm guessing, a Lucasfilm, George Lucas, is, we've added a new scene by the new DVD, the new VHS tape, or whatever it was at the time. And it is just there for like, it's forgettable. It's not there for the movie. You understand why it was edited. It's just there for, hey, you need the new special edition with these extra 30 seconds. So I don't like that scene. I can throw it away. Jay?
Yeah, no, I could do without it. I would also say that I think this is one of the parts of the movie where I'm like, yeah, the CGI Jabba looks awful. The CGI remastering or edition, whatever they did, is that original? That's not from. That's got to be something they changed, right? Wouldn't that have been
what the
way Jabba looks in that one? Isn't it?
Jabba's a man. You not seen the original Jabba? Okay, hold it.
No, I don't think I have.
Oh.
I think I've only seen it with this version, and the CGI looks awful. So I can only imagine whatever came before
show
it looks
you
better.
the picture of the original Jabba the Hutt. Let me just get that, and I will quickly save it. It's not going to be the greatest quality, but 2 seconds. And
but this is why where the CGI, where I'm like, because everything to this point practical, between the sets, the costumes, the aliens, everything that's practical.
There's Jabba the Hutt. Not the greatest picture, but Jabba the Hutt was a man, and that is the original scene.
This was original.
Yeah, this is the original cut, and that's why they cut it out. Jabba the Hutt was a welly hell
so
man.
He did become this big blob alien.
Till Return of Jedi. I can understand why they cut it out.
Version.
Yeah, that was the original. The original version. You can actually find. Yeah, you can actually find the whole scene as the original Jabba.
No kidding. Well, that makes even more sense as to why the CGI, everything just looks off in that scene.
Yeah,
exactly, and that's why the practical, the modeling was so astounding. And you have to look at this film for the landmark that it was in so many different ways, not just the story, but you have to look at it for the special effects. You have to look at it for the music. You have to look at it for the merch, all the things that made this just such a landmark film. And then when you try to shoehorn in CGI effects with the practical modeling that was already done, it's never going to fit.
Yeah.
It's never going to fit.
It just looks awkward. And what's sad is like the practical effects look great and they hold up to this day. All these years later, you should have just stuck with your gut and stuck with that.
But there were certain things he had a problem with, like in this scene, is the picture I just brought up here. To the viewer, there's another 2 Greedos.
Yeah,
and even in the remake, there's Greedos because they're wearing exactly the same thing as what we just saw Greedo done, and he didn't like it because nobody was like, it looks a bit odd that you've just introduced this alien, and then there's more aliens exactly the same who are wearing exactly the same. It's so
I-
that's why it got thrown out. So
I will say that I do like Alien Jabba better than that human looking version of him. When they go practical later on, I think Jabba looks better in those setups.
the Anchorhead scene and with Biggs. If you've not seen it, go. I think it's on one of the special editions now. I think it's even on Disney Plus. If you go to the extras, it might be on there. It's a weird scene. There are scenes. Just a quickly thing that got cut that were in the original script. There's a scene where Luke is actually watching the battle through binoculars whilst he's trying to fix some droids in the farm. It's
No.
weird.
Wow.
And then the Anchorhead scene is with him and Biggs. It starts off within this kind of bar scene kind of thing, or like after, and then Biggs goes in and then takes Luke out. But Luke in that whole scene is an immature knob. And I understand why they cut it out, because it makes him look arrogant, a bit of very immature, and he's a bit of a fool. Like he doesn't
wow.
understand the world. So I can understand why they cut it out. And Biggs, like we see like later, he's very mature. He's very sure of himself. But with Luke's dialogue, it messes up the rest of the movie, what you believe Luke is. So I understand why they binned it. It makes more of like if Biggs, you were going to see more Biggs, but you don't see more Biggs, of course. So it's a horrible scene. You're just like, oh, that's not my Luke. It's like two different versions. Like they were playing on this immaturity, and then he matures, but then he was just immature. Bang. There's no growing into that, because it would need another like half an hour movie to do that. So, but yeah. Anyway, back to the movie after that horrible scene. I think we've all agreed is what a piece of junk. What I like, because this is the first time you see the Millennium Falcon. I think that's why it's better than that scene. Is when you you see the Millennium Falcon. Luke isn't impressed. Like, what a piece of junk. It's like that. So I like it goes on later on other movies.
He's not impressed, and Han is offended. That's what's great. His reaction is like, "What do you mean?" Just the facial expression is the "What do you mean?"
Yeah, I've done some special modifications where it's needed.
Jeez, this is my baby. I take care of this thing. This is part of me. And in some respects, certainly the Millennium Falcon is a character in this film as well.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, it truly is. And not just in this film, but in future films.
Yeah,
too,
I would say throughout all of Star Wars.
And even when when we are introduced to Lando, and it is for me, and I love Battlestar Galactica. For me, the Galactica is a character, and possibly the most important character in Battlestar Galactica, because it is hope. It is the vessel of hope for all of these people who've lost their home. And I feel that sort of the same way about the Millennium Falcon. It's a character, and it's important, and it represents their chances. Your chances are to escape, to fight, to avoid tracking, to attach yourself to the back of a Star Cruiser so that you can escape with the garbage, whatever it is. But you feel comfortable. It's going to work. You got faith in the Millennium Falcon. You just do.
I'm just going to do this quickly. Sidetrack now, because we
Nice
know
shirt,
things.
by the way.
How pissed off would you have been? I know a lot of things have been you're pissed off with the sequel. How pissed off would you have been if they destroyed the Millennium Falcon? Because I would have been fucked pissed.
I mean, probably would have felt the way I felt about the 13th Doctor, right? Like that's when they destroyed Doctor Who. I think I would have felt like that was the ultimate destruction.
Backhander. Yeah. Like a proper backhander.
For me, it would have depended on when they did it, because like if you did it now, it would just be, at this point with the apathy that's set in for me towards Star Wars, because what's been done to it, it would be a fart in the wind. I just wouldn't even pay it any mind. But had you done that right out of the, Force Awakens, you come right out and you like destroy, you end Han and destroy the Millennium Falcon. I probably would have just tapped out of Star Wars or Disney Star Wars at that point, right on the spot. it wouldn't have taken just one more movie that it did.
So now we get cat and chase, I suppose, like that. So we get they blast out of Mos Eisley. They're now well, they got some stormtroopers shooting, they get like blast out, and then they blast out, and then some Imperial cruisers. These gonna be hotter than what I first thought, kind of thing. But don't worry, we got a thing called hyperspace. So I like this because again, you've got the cruisers. There's two of them, but you really only see one chasing again a smaller ship. Even though you know we've seen the Millennium Falcon, it's quite a big ship as we can see. And then Luke, his naivety comes in. It's like, can't you just go? And then we find out, no, you have to make some like precise calculations, or you go into an asteroid field and all that. And then you get the jump into hyperspace. And I still like the hyperspace than we do now. I like the black and white kind of, just the stars, just the back, and then it is with the blue thing. Now
Saint
so
like
much.
Dustin Crops boy when he says that.
That's it. That's it. So then again, we're going moving on. They're switching. They're joining it all together. They Luke, the editor, the editors, they do it quite well. Is we get that party, and then Leia with the Vader and Tarkin, back and forth, quite a little bit. So we get now Tarkin's pissed off. Let's just say that he's pissed off that she's not telling us who where the rebellion is. She's and I need to demonstrate the force of this power station. And if you don't tell me who it is, I will use it on your home planet, Alderaan. So she, hold it, we're peaceful. We've got no weapons. And tell us where the base is. Name the system. It's not the base. Name the system. And he's getting tired. He's very confronting like that, and he pins her in between him and Vader. And I think that's good. She's got nowhere to go. And then she's Dantooine. They're on Dantooine, and she holds her head, sighs that she's giving away the system. And I like how Tarkin is you just realize he's a bit nasty. It's like,
proceed.
Continue when ready. Like that. And he's like that. And he's like, we'll deal with your rebellion friends now. And this is the first time the whooping noises. And we've now find out how destructive the actual Death Star is. So they destroy the planet. That's it. And I think it's like, ooh. So they've got that. How is anybody going to stop that? And again, we go back to our things. And again, I like this, and it's not now an iconic scenes, I suppose, or like that. You see Kenobi holds his chest, and he feels a disturbance in the Force. Like, was it 1,000
voices crying out in
terror?
Yeah,
and then we're finally stopped. I love that. It just shows, like, again, they're not telling us about the Jedi abilities. They're just there. They're like, it's mysterious.
It's another example of that, like laying seeds for wanting to tell more stories later on, but not being too definitive or restricting. That's why I really think I know he might say that he never wanted, it was always supposed to be a one-off thing, but I really think it was just set up so perfectly in so many nice little subtle ways to allow him to expand on it going forward if he ever wanted to.
Now, do we think that the fact that Leia, even after being, shot with truth serum, still did not give them the information, do we think that's a hint of any Force abilities on her part?
I mean, I would have to assume so, right? Because how else are you fighting off Imperial grade level, Empire level truth? It's not like this was some like back alley stuff that went down in Tatooine from some shady characters who might have some version of truth serum. This is like Empire grade level stuff. You'd have to imagine it would be effective.
if
Yeah,
I watched this
unless-
movie alone and I never felt that, I must say I never saw that. Now you probably do because you
right. Look
you've
at
got that
it's
mind.
Yeah.
definitely probably
Yeah,
a
yeah,
looking
you look at a
back-
different view. I just thought that she was a strong, strong person,
Strong-willed.
strong-willed. Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
like that.
which
She,
also works for
yeah.
me in terms of her character. I think again, I've
Yeah.
always loved Leia the character. I think she's a great
Mhm.
example of a well-written, organic, strong female character who's not perfect, doesn't have every possible great ability one could have, has flaws, the whole deal. She's a brilliantly written character. I've always loved Leia.
So now you get we just get like Han comes in, we got away, and then it was like and then you get him taking the kind of the piss about the Force. Like, I've been to across the whole system. I've seen some weird things, but I've not seen anything that will control my destiny, like that. And then of course, it's, I suppose, the one of another iconic scenes of Luke with the visor on and the I suppose practice blaster droid or whatever you want to call. Can't remember actually. It's like that, and he's literally use your instinct. Try to see the droid, and he's like that. And then again, it's the arrogance of Han. He's like kind of like, yeah, remotes are good, but a blaster, give me a blaster any day, kind of thing. So it's like that. And then
Mhm.
Luke kind of like, you understand a little bit of Luke because he goes, I almost saw the droid, and you're like, ooh, he's now beyond the wing. There's something about this boy, like that. And if it's the training, but you don't know, we'll maybe find out in another movie. But in this, I like that because you're like, there's now a good mentor relationship coming together.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, and then again, you switch back again to the Death Star, and they've already gone to and they've got their spies or whatever to Dantooine, and it's abandoned. So
And
he's-
even
it's
then,
like-
she could not willingly betray
Yeah.
the rebellion, and
Mhm.
so they've essentially scheduled her execution.
Yeah.
And then back to the Millennium Falcon. Oh, we're starting to get pinged by rocks. Oh,
yeah,
there's an uncharted asteroid field up here, and we get another one of those awesome quotes. We're heading to Alderaan. Oh, well, what's that small moon up there? That's no moon. That's a space station. Oh, you're crazy,
Okay.
old man.
do have my kids only like, he must have started doing it when I was 2, and I have a Star Wars shirt and it has the Death Star on it, and he just points at it and he does it now. That's no moon.
Good.
And I have to do
Yay!
the quote back. I have to do the quote back, and he's like, I love it because every time I wear it, he's like, "That's no moon."
Good boy.
I'm like, yeah, well done. I'll give you
Proud
give you a clap.
Papa.
Yeah,
Proud Papa.
yeah. Even though he's like like, even I put it on and he's very scared of Darth Vader. He's very like that. Yeah, maybe in things, but everything else he loves. But like, he still doesn't get what's going on. He just loves the movie. But yeah, when Darth Vader comes on, he's like like that. It's like a hide. Yeah, as you say, like with Doctor Who, the scary bits hide behind the sofa kind of moment.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So Hannah's looking down just to check the charts just because, I don't know, there's asteroids out. There's some kind of meteor shower going on here. He's checking the charts, and then he looks up and he goes, I think you're right. Yeah, he's seeing this is no moon.
Yeah.
This is something a little scary. Let's put it in reverse. Let's
Yeah.
put it in reverse. Reverse
That's
isn't
too
happening.
small to be a moon. That's a space station. I think you're right.
Yeah, reverse isn't happening. We're caught in a tractor beam. Uh-oh.
Yeah. So they get dragged in. He's like, there are better ways of fighting. Was it like that or something like that? Then I can't remember what he says, but yeah. But I like this bit because maybe Jay doesn't know. The next bit when they get dragged in is all done artists by hand. It was
Oh,
originally.
really? No, I didn't
Yeah,
know
Wow.
they only done it like that. You can actually think there's a guy. It's all by hand. It's mad. So all that entrance bit is literally still because Death Star doesn't move, so they did it all by hand. And there was a guy who did was it? He used to do aviation, like like how detailed the engines and
Drafting.
everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
drafting. But they got him to do like all the
Wow.
detailed works and like that. And got somebody to colorize it in. So that's quite cool.
Okay.
But that's But I'm guessing that's maybe why they were like, you know what, an easy one is black and grey. If you give me black and grey and a couple of whites, I can do this. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of
Mhm.
things.
But so effective. You
Yeah.
know, you don't need anything crazy. It was just so effective. And Galadorn, yes, Luke is still a nobody that
Mhm.
does something great. And he does it because he wants to and because he's doing the right thing, you know, not because he was born with magical talents that just appear out of nowhere.
So
Excellent point.
yeah,
Mhm.
now all parties are in this all out. Everybody, even though they shouldn't be, are all in the same area. We know we need to get R2 to Alderaan. That's screwed up now because it ain't no longer there. And now they're all on the Death Star. So the Millennium Falcon's there. They know this is the ship that blasted its way out of Mos Eisley. And then Darth Vader goes up and says, and kind of orders a full search. And it's like that. So we now find out they were hiding them in the pawn smuggling area.
Mhm.
And it's literally downfall. But who's the most foolish? The fool? The fool who follows him. Another great line. So that's it. And,
Great line.
yeah,
Mhm.
again now. So, well, I'm guessing we're like, this is the third act to the final act. I suppose it's like that. I guess, and this is now the build up of, yeah, it's the build up to Luke's hurrah, like Galadorn just said. It's like that. So yeah, so you get now again, you get Han calling in. I think it's Han's voice. I'm sure it's Han's voice. Calls up the two guards. Hey, we got a problem up here after the inspection people go up there. You hit a big drop of equipment.
Clunk.
And then, clonk, clonk. And then one of the officers calls in, you haven't reported in. And then he's just like, oh, we have a bad transmitter. And then you see Chewie smack Han blast his ways in there. They're now they're disguised as two stormtroopers. And I like it how they made out straight away that Luke can't see anything like in this as well. Like that. He's a bit shorter than Han. So it's like that. So yeah. And then was it they plug in to get we need to get out, how are we going to get out? And then he tells R2 plug into the system, you know, and we'll deactivate the tractor beam. And yeah, so he gives him the location. I do like this, the next one of the next scenes. So he tells Obi-Wan this is where it is, and he's like to Luke is like your path leads on a different way to mine. So I like this. I do like this. Again, it's a good setup. I think this
Now
is one
they're
of the
all
movies.
splitting up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So now we've got the divide of like our little new gangs together. Leia's over there and Vader's over here, and Obi-Wan is off doing the mission. So actually, the mission now is to get off the Death Star.
Right.
And they've decided that, yeah, Luke is, quote, a little short for a stormtrooper, which we're going to hear in a minute. And they've decided, well, heck, we can't put Chewie in a stormtrooper outfit. Oh, he'll be our prisoner.
Yeah.
So
what? Yeah. So when Obi-Wan goes, I found her. He's found her. So he's accidentally looked through the ship's computer or the station computer and found Leia's in the detention center. So
they're going to execute her.
Yeah.
Oh, we have to hurry.
But I like it because he's like, but why? She's rich. She's got
Han
money.
has to be convinced.
Yeah.
Well, what's in it for me?
Yeah, exactly. So again,
Wealth
it's
beyond
great.
your
Like,
wildest dreams.
yeah, like again, he's doing it for himself. It's like that. He's got that. "Oh, I'm here, but if I've got an easy road out, I've got an easy road out. But she's got money, huh? Ears pick up.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So
So they're gonna figure out a way to get to her. They've got R2. R2, boy, R2's amazing. R2 can do anything. He can turn on or off trash
He does whatever you
compactors,
need him to do, whenever you need him to do it.
open doors, close doors, shut down things, open up things, shut down communications. But they know where she is, and they make their way up there. They blast their way in to the holding cell. And I like this scene too, when the like the other security guards are buzzing this room and saying, "Hey, what's going on? I'm hearing blasters. What's going on?" And Han is like, we're okay. We're all okay here. We're fine. How are
Mhm.
you?" I love that scene. Absolutely
what's your
love it.
authorization number?
And then bam, blast it.
Yeah.
Okay, Luke, we're gonna have company.
But it's again like they've gone in there, thought it was all going to be easy, and it's all gone a little bit awry. But they haven't got the insight of a very Obi-Wan Kenobi. So how are they going to do it? But I do like the next bit. So like, go and find her. She's in cell block. Oh, cell block. Oh, you're gonna. Oh my god, what's cell block number? Go on, chat. Tell me cell
43?
block number.
Is it 43?
I'll come up. Yeah.
What is it?
But anyway, it gets to like, aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Like that. And I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you. And he's like that. Who? I'm here with Obi. Like Kenobi. Like, is it like I've got his
2187.
R2. Yeah.
She's
There we
in
go.
2187, according to
There we go.
Google.
There we go.
Thought it
And
was
I've got his R2 unit. Hey, Kenobi, and I rush off, and then you get the insight of, I suppose, again, because you're now learning about the Force, it's sensitive, and then Vader says to Tarkin, Obi-Wan's here, and he's like, he must have been like, are you sure? He got to be dead by now. And he's like, do not underestimate the Force, doesn't he? And he's like,
I
that.
sense the
He's
presence of my
yeah.
old master.
Yes, and it's like, oh, so they're like, but I do like, again, there's trouble. The stormtroopers come in, and I like how they're the bossy two. Like Han's the bossy one, and Luke is trying to save the day as well. Like get on the comms, and it's Leia who has
She's
to
practical.
actually save them too. Yeah, she's like,
She's just practical.
Like, stop doing what you're doing. This is the easy way out. Look, we've got to get out of this. Like, just being here, we're kind of screwed. So
Into
she
the garbage chute, flyboys.
That's it. I do like that. So like it, and even like that, it stinks. I know it kicks Chewie in, and then you get I like the scene. At hindsight, looking back, I'm like, how did they not know they went down there like that? But at hindsight, it is quite a good scene, even when there's something here. We're not like that, like with Luke, and there's that. I guess it's supposed to be like some kind of waste serpent snake creature in the water. Well, not even water. I suppose it's like bin fluid. It'd be like
something
that.
in here.
Yeah, it'd be,
Good.
yeah. I'm guessing that thing's gonna smell. I think Luke gets captured, goes straight under. He ain't gonna be a nice smelly chap. So they do that. Of course, it starts to come in because always time in suspense, and they tried to probe it with some devices, some things like that.
I think it's long metal bar.
Yeah. So they finally, we find out why they can't get in contact with C-3PO and R2-D2 is because the stormtroopers are hit on the box. Lucky enough, C-3PO takes a comms device, and he's like, "Oh, we haven't heard from them. What? Why? Oh, I have turned off my comms," as you do. And then he gets them to turn off the R2.
And then he just wants to chat. C-3PO
yeah,
just wants to chat.
Hello.
And they're like,
I can't turn it off tonight. And he calls it on. And then and they celebrate like it's a win once again. So it's like close. Now there is an actual funny thing I will tell you in a minute when we see them come out of the trash compactor. there is actually a funny quote from Harrison Ford about that whole situation. But then we get to the I do like this scene with Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan, when he gets to the tractor, the tractor beam, and he has to go around it. It's been digitally remastered in this version, but like that. Now, originally, the language on it was in English. That was changed to what was it called? Oh, I forgot the language they now call it in. But I like when he does it.
It's a
that
good
noise.
sound. Powering down. That's a
Yeah,
good
powering
sound.
like that. So yeah, and then he's powering it down, and like I can't remember this bit now. He does the distraction. It's later on. I think it goes back to our trio, and our foursome, I suppose, like that. We got Chewie. So if you look at it closely, so apparently this is an actual thing for Harrison Ford. He goes, this is where I had to tell Mark Hamill, it's not that kind of movie, because they all come out and they're all dry. They've just been in this murky water, and they're like, Chewie's not wet. Han's got beautiful things, and it's only Luke has to dry it a couple of times, and he's got dry hair. And literally, you think they're going to have to blow dry. Then none of their clothes are wet. They've just been in this wet water. And he just looked at it and went, oh, but this is not consistent for the last scene. He went, and apparently Harrison Ford went, this isn't that kind of movie.
Like it's
like
who cares?
Yeah, like who's going? It's not gonna be, because they all thought it was going to be a flop. So it was. I love that kind of Harrison Ford one. Had to kind of go, yeah, it's not that kind of movie. You know, I do like.
They're not worried about like consistency and logic.
Don't worry about that. Nobody cares. We're on to the thing like this. I'm walking with a dog, like a 7-foot dog. Come on, it's not that kind of movie.
Well, can someone get this walking carpet out of my way? Is what
exactly. Yeah.
It's so interesting too, because you'd think just the sheer scope of what, you know, when George Lucas was pitching this, people must have been like, dude, are you sure you can really pull this off? Like, technology wise, the time it was filmed and all that, it's really impressive. So you would have thought the scope of it would have sounded kind of, you know, ambitious and interesting. But I guess, you know, like you said, when you're standing next to a 7-foot dog, it's kind of like, are we sure this is exactly what he pitched us? But yeah. Well,
yeah, so yeah, it's good, but yeah, I like it. So like, this is now we got like, this is Obi-Wan's deactivated as things, the distracted the stormtroopers. Now we get I don't know if I find this scene kind of funny or just impromptu. So they turn the corner and there is a group of stormtroopers, and then of course Han shoots at him and he chases. There must be like 4 or 5, and then he just get to the ship, and then he turns the corner, and then of course they digitally remastered it to make it like a battalion of stormtroopers. In the original, there wasn't that many, and then you get like of course Luke and Leia are off, and then she closes the I suppose the blast doors. He shoots the controls, and he's like, "We need to get across." I hate the dialogue in this bit. We need to get across. It's like that. Oh, but I just shot the controls. They're coming through. Then they're not really coming through yet. And then this is where we find out stormtroopers can't shoot from above. So like that. And then. Yeah, but again, this is another iconic one. It's a very simple scene, like, but it's like, you know, Luke manages to blast the stormtroopers with his blaster, and then they swing across, and it's just that good luck, like that. It's very iconic, and they just, of course, they swing across. It's it's very iconic. It's showing they like the trust they've got in each other. Yeah, and then sorry.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say, I think it's also the first time you get the main theme played again in the film. So when he swings across, you get da 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 da.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
The tone changes because the score, while it's been very frantic and very serious, and the score that weaves through the entire film, but this is like, you feel good now. Okay, we've done it. Da, 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 da. You've made it through, because even when the Millennium Falcon escapes from Mos Eisley, they're still fighting the entire way. But there's just this little bit of accomplishment, and maybe that's like Luke's confidence now. He's just swung a princess across a divide here and survived, and she kissed me, and he's feeling good. He's feeling good,
Yeah.
and the music really, helps to illustrate that.
Yeah. So the next bit we get Han and Finn, close the blast doors, close the blast doors, open the blast doors as they get through. And then you get the beginning of a very iconic scenes. So you get I like this because you get the Vader is just waiting. He's been, we don't know, like he's just there with his red saber. What the hell's a red saber? So the first time you ever see a lightsaber, and then he just starts to approach Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan, without any words saying, they know what's about to come. We don't know, but we kind of got the idea. We're having a fight. We're having a lightsaber fight. And it's like that. And it's like, I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. And it's again, it's this whole, you could say this whole fight sequence is iconic in his things, like that. It's like, the circle is complete. The last time I met you, I was but the learner, but now I am the master. And it's like that. And I like it's like that, but there's like I know it's explained later, but it's weird that he called him Darth. You're only like of evil Darth.
Never thought about
master.
that.
Yeah. He calls him Darth. But well, why wouldn't you call him Vader? Like that,
Yeah,
it would make
like Darth is his first name.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but yeah, it changes, of course, like what Darth meant. But yeah, it's at this point, and I know people think even now it's a bit chunky, like lightsaber things, but I like it as we've got an elderly Obi-Wan who's probably not as fast. He's not used these techniques in a while.
Yeah.
And then we've got Vader, as we know, what he is he's just using his power. He's not as fast. He's having the brute power. So I do like that kind of. It's more of a very subtle duel. It's very offensive technique they're doing here. It's not a like as we see in other movies. They they can do all the twists and that. They are using the abilities they have, and Vader still, you might be old, but I still know who you are, kind of thing, or what you were. But yeah, I adore this. I adore and don't like this scene, and I will explain later why.
Interesting. No, I also think it's iconic. For the story of Obi-Wan and Vader, for Star Wars as a whole, and for the first, it's the first lightsaber battle, really, the first lightsaber duel in Star Wars. So to have it be with these two iconic characters, it's a very likable scene, a very iconic scene. I personally love it. I think, being somebody who grew up in the prequel era, obviously my favorite lightsaber battles and duels are the ones, from those three movies, just a little bit more athletic and all that kind of stuff.
They're well choreographed.
Right,
You cannot deny those are amazing.
They're beautifully
and the
done.
Music, Duel of the Fates. Oh my gosh.
Oh, fantastic. And what's great about them is, and not to go off on a tangent on those, but what's great about them is like all the movements, like when you see, there's so many videos you can get into and people breaking them down, and like all the movements make sense. Nothing's there just for the show of a flashy little spin or a flip or a turn. Like,
yep,
they're just so very well choreographed. So, obviously this is a lot more simple. Again, it's a different time, different capabilities in terms of all that kind of stuff. But all the same, it's just as important, just as, Duel of the Fates, and just as well done in a different kind of way, in my opinion.
This is subtly done in little
right.
Ooh, because you've got this now you're understanding they've got a connection and there's
Mhm.
something going on. And I like it because they get like once as I just brought up there when the stormtroopers can see like they're protecting the entrance to the Millennium Falcon, but they're like, oh, that's our boss, we better get to him. They run towards him and like that, and then of course then Luke comes into shot, and then you get I suppose you're going to call it the sacrifice, I suppose,
So
like that.
why? So tell us why you think why.
Why? Because he did say, if you strike me down, I will come more powerful than things. And it is different. It is, I will explain it later. It is going to be different to what we see. But I get, I will, no, I'm going to stop there and I will go
Okay.
after the movie and I will go on to that. But
Okay,
this,
okay.
yeah. Now, this I can understand is because he's trying to, he's trying to show, Luke, you've got to be on your own. I'm guessing that's it. You've got to grow as an individual. I suppose like that. I can give you the insight, but this is you now, like that. Why he does this is always, when I first watched it, is a bit of a mystery.
Yeah.
It was. So
Because it's early
why.
in their relationship. So to say,
Yeah.
hey, Luke, you got to be on your own. And then to tell him later in a Force dream, go see this dude Yoda.
Mm.
This always surprised me too. I guess the way I rationalized it was, for some reason, the fight could have been a distraction for them to leave, but Luke wasn't going to leave if Ben was in peril. So Ben had to sacrifice himself, so he was no longer in peril, and now there's nothing else Luke can do, but he's got to now run away.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to when he found Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen. There really was nothing more for him to do on that planet. He had to go away. And here, if Ben is dead and disappeared, then okay, I got to get out of here. Whereas if they were still fighting, he wouldn't escape. And time is of the essence. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that was always confusing to me, as a younger person watching that, because he gives up,
So the way I take it is because he says, if you strike me down, I only become, more powerful or whatever it is. Later on when we're in the battle with the Death Star scene, we hear obviously he becomes, one with the Force, and the Force Ghost. You have to imagine. Obviously, we see it actually later on, but at least in this point, we don't really know about Force Ghosts and all that yet. But we see during the scene where Luke is in his, his fighter, and he's going to take that shot. Obi-Wan talks to him, through the Force, and kind of calms him down and guides him to use the Force. So I've always taken it as that's kind of, what he was going to be from that point on, was something that can always be with Luke. Whereas as he's physically alive, he can only be with Luke at times. So in a situation where Luke's in a cockpit by himself, without Obi-Wan there, he can still be there to guide him and give him that motivation to be the one that will eventually bring Anakin back. It's the best kind of logic I can put in the world of this universe and how they kind of view the Force and its ability to live forever through it, type of thing.
But that's your mindset because
I
you know who Anakin is.
Well,
this movie, you don't know who Anakin is.
I would apply pretty much everything I said
Yeah.
up to the point of him knowing he's going to pull Anakin back. So still with the idea of he'll be able to be with Luke in that cockpit situation later on, whatever it is, in order even if the goal at that point is just to defeat Darth Vader and the Empire. But we also have to keep in mind, we do know, although we don't know who Anakin is at this point, Obi-Wan does. Obi-Wan does know that, story or not, in terms of what comes after. He's at least referenced in his hut earlier on that, Darth Vader is the one who killed Anakin and all that. So, like, he does know that Anakin is Vader, and he's speaking metaphorically to Luke. We just don't know that yet. So that's the best assumption I can make of that. Otherwise, I would agree it doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't understand the sacrifice outside of just a diversion in terms of the physical side of things in that scene.
Yeah. So from the movie, we get a cool scene, and I think this is a really cool scene. I do like that. So they get away and they get on the guns. I love this scene. I think it's good. So you have Chewie and Leia now in the cockpit, and you have Luke and Han fighting some TIE fighters. And it's just a cool scene. It's just nothing about it. It's just a good like
just some
again.
action.
Yeah. This is like they do well. I think there's like I can't remember like 5 TIE fighters and they get them all. And I like how again after it's cool and they all celebrate. Leia is very pragmatic, even though we find out as that it was too easy. But why is because Vader and Tarkin put a tracking device.
They're
They had
tracking
it.
us. This
They
is
had
the
it
ease of our
all
escape.
planned. Yeah,
Easy. You call that easy, sister?
yeah. And they like, and I like it. She was like, "No, this is too. It was too much. It was too easy." And like she going like, "Come on!" Like he's like now bigging up himself. Like, it's me. Of course, I was going to get away. It's my ship. It's everything, you know. But yeah, the if Tarkin and Vader had that plan, you kind of already set up. We're gonna let them escape, letting them things. Maybe not how the Obi-Wan situation, but the whole we're gonna let you escape. So I do like that. So they come to the rebel base, and then like that. So like this has been again. We're seeing some more digital done. Not much to change the story. It's more an enhancement of the digital kind of thing on that. So we get them at the they finally get to rebel base. Like we start seeing their tiny little ships, let's say that they're all in a little hideaway. They've kind of they might be equipped, but they're not as well equipped as the Empire. And then we get R2 gets plugged in, and we see the very 70s computer graphics of the Death Star. Let's say that, like a schematic of the Death Star. So, and then so then we get back is I don't know how, but we get that in later is the Death Star is en route to the planet Yavin. And it's
And
like
there's
that.
the admiral that or general who starts to explain where there might be a weakness in the Death Star, and they you kind of look at the crowd who are listening to the brief, and some of the soldiers are intent and paying attention. Others are kind of looking scared, and Han's rolling his eyes.
Yeah,
Han Solo's rolling his eyes like, you guys don't have a chance. This ain't happening.
Yeah.
I am out of here. I am out of here. And then as Luke is kind of making his way to the ships, and there's Biggs and there's Wedge and there's all our friends, and one of the commanders asks him something to the effect of, boy, you've never flown a fighter. And I guess it's Biggs who says, well, he's the best bush pilot, he's the best push pilot I've ever seen, sir. And the general or captain or whomever just gives him a look of such encouragement and just says, he'll do fine then. And that is so World War II. Oh my gosh. When those fighter pilots were lining up and going to their certain death. And as a leader, the squadron leaders and the captains had to say, you'll do fine. We're going to do fine. Whether it was lining up to jump into the bombers or the fighters or getting on those transports to cross the English Channel on D-Day, those leaders had to say, you'll do just fine. And he did. And he gave Luke that look. And I that's something, I mean, you all know I love war films. That tiny exchange put me right back into this as a war movie and reminded me of the inspiration to George Lucas that World War II played on how these scenes, especially the dogfighting, were played out. I really like that scene.
Yeah, I'm just going to draw you back slightly. So we just slightly because you missed 1 minute. They have a target of 2 meters.
Oh,
and so 2 meters and things like that. So but I like it because they're going at high speed, and everybody's like, "That's impossible." And then Luke is going to piss off the RSP St. Peter because he says he balls rides womp rats like that. It's like, so you've been shooting like, but like again, it just shows that again the farm boy in him He's like,
Mhm.
yeah, I do that on a daily basis. I bull eyes want rats. So it's I like that. And of course, yeah, you get the big scene. I think you get like, is it the big scene or you get Han going, I've got my money, I'm off.
Yeah,
It's like
after
that, and it's
that,
like,
then he goes to Han, who's, I
yeah,
guess, taking supplies and money, and,
yeah,
he says, "Oh, so that's it. You're
yeah, and
really out of
yeah, and
here."
then yeah, and it's cool. Yeah, the big scene is an actual add-on that wasn't in the original, so that was completely cut off. You only saw Biggs later on. This bit, I like this scene. As you said, I like how it builds up. Like, he's inexperienced, but he's like, we need the pilots.
Mhm.
Like that. If you can fly it and you think you're going to do a good job, you're probably going to do as anybody else. We're in the crap, and then of course he gets asked. Like, you find out like R2 is compatible with the X-wing,
Of
and do
course
you
he
want
is.
to? Yeah, of course he does. He can do everything. Do you want another one? Nah, this one's beaten up. Now we've gone through a lot, and I like how C3PO and R2, like, there's that, like, I can't remember exactly. So kind of like, look after yourself, buddy, kind of thing. Like, he's a bit worried that R2 is off like that. But then I like how you said it turns into a very I suppose like 19 late late 1940s 50s, like war RAF movie, kind of like that. They're all getting ready to battle. They're all getting like from Biggins Hill or something like that. They're all getting like shipped, all getting plugged in to go across the channel. Of course, this is different. They're going to go like to the 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 star Death Star trench, and I like it. It's like that. And then of course you've got, again, it's playing on, I suppose, like the radar as well. It's got that very this is very, yeah, this is where a Second World War movie, like, Battle of Britain kind of thing, kind of feel to it. We're in the shit, we're outnumbered, we've got little hope. There's, the few are gonna do it. And yeah, I like this. Yeah. And again, you've got this scene, it need to be remastered with the X-wing, with all the stuff onto it. It's okay. In the first, it's a bit janky, like trying to get the pilots in with the ship and everything like that.
Mhm.
It is a very, like, when you watch the original, then you watch like, not just the remastered, one of the special editions. It needed to be done. It's like that, so it
Mhm.
does work. It does work better like this, because you've got the artillery guns coming at them from the trenches. You've got the kind of them moving so fast around the Death Star, getting ready for the run. And I like it because instantly, like, when they're setting it up, they're clever. Like, they do their call signs, so the numbers of the red squadron at least. And
Mhm.
it's good. And then of course the green squadron and all that. The bombers. Who the fighters are. There's this demand, and then they go Darth Vader, like, we've got some small fighters and they're ready our cruise. He'll take them out. Don't worry, because they're so small. Was it invading our turbo lasers? So it's good. You gotta love this scene. It is a great scene.
Mhm.
You do, but back to your point about R2 fitting in the X-wing.
Mm.
R2 to me is the sonic screwdriver of the Star Wars, the original
Yeah,
trilogy, because he
fair
can do
enough.
anything, right? The sonic screwdriver that the doctor holds, you don't know what it does, but it can just do anything. You point it and it does whatever. That's R2. He can just do
Mhm.
anything. And it's a clever device to have that, and paired up with C3PO, who can interpret any language, right?
Mhm.
Those two together, that's all the toolbox that you need
Right.
in this
Well,
universe.
it's such a good thing to point out too, because you're right. He is very much the sonic screwdriver. But imagine if the sonic screwdriver now had a personality, a counterpart to
Yes.
banner off with. It just adds such another level, a different depth to what you can do with that very plot convenient device in the case of the screwdriver, and or device slash character in this case of R2D2.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Plus, again, just to point out the phenomenon side of it, they could sell a hell of a lot of R2D2 merch in the form of
Oh, yes.
toys, T-shirts, whatever.
I'm gonna blow your mind later. Literally about that whole fact. You're gonna be, oh my, literally. But carry on.
enough.
Not the toy fact. Not the toy fact about R2D2. And you'd be like, huh. There's a good. There is a good fact. Let's go back to the movie though. Let's get back to the movie. So we got literally I like this because in other, not any fantasy ones, the good guys always come away, but you get deaths in this one of the good guys, and I like this, like the ones who, like the leaders, the squadron, like especially squadron leader, I suppose, gets killed. There's a couple of like that, and it looks like the TIE fight, they got their upper hand. They're taking them out quite easy. Wedge saves Luke just barely. They're all doing their kind of their run. They've got their computers that are trying to get this 2-meter thing, and they're going in. And of course, then you get Vader's ship, what looks completely different, and I like that. There's reasons why.
Yes.
They're different. He's different to the other TIE fighters. And he comes in and he takes out the bombers, the B wings. I think what are Y wings? Y wings.
Gold Squadron, right?
Yeah. So goals, yeah. So they takes them out, and then of course it's Luke comes up with a plan of we need to go in faster. It's like that. So is it him or is it no? It's the squadron leader next, and then So sorry, there's one more run. They foul the X-wing, and then Luke goes in. Let's go in fast. What's the canyon? Something done like a canyon, like on Tatooine, isn't it?
I know, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember it.
It's just like something canyon, and it's like that. And then so Biggs is with him, and Wedge, they're going in after the squadron leader's gone. So they are the last hope in the grand scheme of they're the last crew that could do this kind of run that we see. Tarkin's been warned that there's a possible, there's a possible we miss something on the plans. There is a possible threat, and he's like, oh, what, leaving my greatest achievement? Never.
I think you overestimate.
Yeah. So it's like that. So he they go through. Luke's got the lead. They've powered it through. The towers are shooting at him. It gets really intense. The music, John Williams is doing the music thing again. It's getting really really intense. Luke even asks R2, you got to increase the power. Wedge gets hit. Good for a Wedge. Get out of here. So it's only him and Biggs.
Sorry, Luke.
Yeah. So then you got this back and forth between Vader group and then Luke and Biggs. Biggs is trying to shift them off. He's got no chance. Boom. Vader gets him. He blows, disintegrates the whole thing. This is Luke's best friend. What might be different if we had a different thing. He's kind of stays on plan, kind of still going fast. He's still getting R2 still doing the kind of increase of power. Luke activates the visor. I love that. And then it's coming in, and then you go, use the Force, Luke. Just so that echoey Obi-Wan, let it go, Luke. Like that. And then you get to Vader. The Force is strong with this one. And then you get Luke, let it go. And then he's like, takes it and he goes, what's wrong, Luke? You've like that. Your computer's off, like that. There's nothing. And you're like, ooh. And you know what's going to happen. As like that, but you're still, as a kid, you're on the edge. Every time I watch this, you're but you still know what's happening. It's the good guy. The good guy's like that. And he's literally, he gets R2 gets hit. You're like, oh no, R2's gone. And you're like that. He's the lovable, bubbly thing. And then they do the radar. Is the Death Star is in line to fire. And I think they go back and go, ready to fire. and then you get the again slower, but
And the
that
music, dun,
walking,
dun,
yeah,
dun, 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 and the
and then
music's slowing down like a clock
yeah,
winding down.
and then they play it from the point of view of Vader's radar screen, and the X-wing is getting the view, and then what like that. Let it go, boy! Like kind of like very like
Now let's
like
blow this thing and get out of here.
yeah, you're a kid. You're a kid. Let's blow this thing. And that's it. 2 plasma shoots go in there. They're all getting ready to fire, and then they all escape, and then kaboom,
Kaboom.
like that, kaboom, and the Death Star is gone. And I like that because it does again, like if it was intentional, like at the time, but like great shot, kid, and then you get Vader.
Now
He's
that
going onto
explosion of the Death Star, wasn't that the big remastering? Like you get the
yeah, yeah.
kind of
If you watch
encircling explosion and then yeah.
the if you watch the opening, like from this show, that blast at the end is actually it was just a like a big blast. They zoomed it out and made the ring and everything like that.
Mhm.
Plasma
that's it.
ring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's impressive. I do
yeah.
like the remastered version of that explosion. I think that's
I
pretty
suppose
cool.
is what they could have done. Like that, we're just going to do a explosion and film it, or we're going to have this plasma thing. So
But
that's
it's
it.
also going into the battle when you see all the ships lining up and they're all calling their call signs, but you get you kind of get the pan back and you're counting, not an armada, but 40, 50, 60 ships. And after Luke drops the bombs, the handful of ships that are coming back. It's a handful.
Yeah.
So they've lost a lot.
But then you get the celebration, or when they come, you find out R2 isn't completely done. Even when they drag him out, free CPO goes, oh, if any of my parts, I'm happy to donate. So like he's still like, they might not get him again. It's the odd couple, like he still likes him. And then it cuts to yeah, I could take take this scene. I think he'd have done better. The parade of the medals.
It's so awful. It's so sad for Chewie.
Yeah. But it's very reminiscent of those old end movies. We need the grandeur. We need the farewell. We need the goodbye. We need to say that they've earned it. Is that very 30s movie of like, we need to give you a well done. And this is like, so they get like their medal ceremony, and then R2 comes in, he's fine. Everybody gives it a little giggle and a smile. Like what I find is funny. I think even Chewie goes, and then that's it. And then Leia looks up, they all turn, they all give their salute kind of thing, all stand to attention, give a little clap. Dude, that's it. That is A New Hope. Well, say, look, I didn't rant that bad. That was nearly 3 hours.
No, not at all.
And but rightly so. If you did do a little rant here and there, just a little drop. But one thing we didn't. So I put my note slide up. I made a separate slide for the music because I think the music is so integral to this film. This is a score from beginning to end. And if I were to rank my movie scores in order, it would be Star Wars #1. It would be Lord of the Rings, and I count them all together, #2. It would be Jurassic Park #3. But the absolute perfection of every song and every movement in this film. The way that John Lucas symbolized flying with part of the every part of the score. You could just listen to the soundtrack, which I did, I think Monday night, driving home from work late at night, and I just put the soundtrack on, and it's, it's, there's a lot of songs. It's a 2 album set, and in this slide you can see this is the inside of the album. My dad still has his, I'm sure, because I remember as a kid opening this up and looking at
Oh,
the
is that the
pictures.
vinyl? The
Yeah,
vinyl,
opening it
yeah.
up and
Got
looking
it.
at the pictures on the 2 disc vinyl set. And then the back cover is kind of a shadow of Darth Vader's helmet with all the names of the songs, or the names of the arrangements on the back cover. This is John Williams, masterpiece among masterpieces. He's had many. This is still today the highest selling symphonic album of all time, performed by the London Symphony Orchestra. It won every musical award you can think of. It won the Academy Award for the score. It won Golden Globes, BAFTAs, Saturn Award. The Saturn Award it won at the time, um, it won in a tie for orchestral score. It tied with John Williams' other from that year, which was Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It was placed on the National Film Registry by itself, separate from the film, because the film is obviously on the Library of Congress National Film Registry as a film. The soundtrack was also preserved by the National Film Registry. And what that means in the United States, it means there's just greater care to preserve the original recordings. They are locked up in vaults and preserved for all posterity. I wish, however, just a little opinion here. I wish that once something became part of the National Film Registry and was protected, I wish that also would automatically lift the copyrights. Just saying, it doesn't. And then the American Film Institute also has recognized this as, one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. I think the greatest soundtrack of all time. One note here: if you play this 2-disc soundtrack and you're waiting for the Imperial March, guess what? It's not in this film. Shockingly, watch the film again. You may think you've heard the Imperial March, which is also Darth Vader's theme. It is a theme within the main theme of the film, which is also a march. It is part of the main theme, which also weaves in Princess Leia's theme and also the throne room theme at the end, which are kind of the major themes in the score, just a small part. And also, when Darth Vader appears on screen, you hear the horns. Darth Vader is always the horns. Dun, 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 dun. Luke and Leia are always flutes. They're led by flutes and oboe. So when you hear their themes, you don't hear the horns first. But you'll have to wait for Empire Strikes Back to hear the full Imperial March. But I wanted to make sure we called out and really talked about the music from this film.
Yeah, absolutely. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, I think I remember who he aired it to, like, originally, but we had no music, and they were like, "This is terrible." And it's literally, this is one of those movies. The music also really, really bloody helps. Like having that, like he wanted that space opera, and he got it. That's
Oh,
what he
yeah.
got, like that. And but John Williams was clever. He said they all need their own theme, and I think that goes on to the other ones he also done with the later kind of movies as well. Like every character has their theme.
Mhm.
They have a theme. So yeah, it's very cleverly done. So, except for the movie, I'm just going to go for some like facts now. J minor things. I like the remastered version, except for 2 scenes really, and I think we both go on to that. Now, do I think the remastered versions or the edited versions, or what you want to call them, like tarnishes Star Wars? No, I don't. I think the only one that really does is the Jabba scene. I just get rid of it. It doesn't need to be there. But yeah, apart from that, it's good. Now, I'm going to do some fun facts, just because I think Jay and Sandy, you kind of both brought them up. Now, the one of the fun facts I love to bring up is about more today, is about what this was going to be. Now, there are different variations, but one of the last ones was this. Now, you kind of have a Chewie character, you have a C3PO character, and you have R2D2. Now, the two characters, you could say that's Obi-Wan and Luke, except for that middle character is a female. It was the production company at 20th Century Fox that said you have to have a male lead. So they changed it from
Wow.
Lucas's idea. It was going to be Luke was going to be female once the final drafts and all that got through. So that is quite interesting. People these days shout such and such about Star Wars. Well, it wasn't going to be that originally. So
Wow.
that's it. And also, I said this off things. You have to give credit where credit due. And this is a funny one about documentaries. You have documentary about Star Wars, right? But one of the original ones that was, I'm sure it was like 1979 and 1980, where George Lucas commends this woman, Lee Brackett, things like that, who died in 1978. She was the first person who did the first draft, not of what George did, but of Star Wars as it is. She came up with the idea of lightsabers, the idea, different name of the Jedi, but having the different worlds into one. And she's not credited anywhere, except for if you go to her own page. She's completely deleted from history, even though most of it was her idea. She is also credited that, I think I said this, that she was credited of an archaeologist who fought crime. So she was in there to do that. Now, I'm going to blow Jay's mind here slightly, because you mentioned R2D2. R2D2 can do everything. Now, this is where this is going to get weird for you, and it might like throw you like. So the original Star Wars was not called Star Wars. It was called Journey, or the Journals of the Wheels. You might have heard the Wheels.
No, never heard that.
Okay, the
Journey,
Book of the Wheels, the Book of the Wheels, the Journal with the Wheels. Now, the Wheels was going to be as it is a long time ago. This is supposed to be set in the past as a history thing. Now, the sequels, this is where you think it's slightly different because it changes. But as we know, as what the sequel is going to be, it was going to explain in that this is from the point of view, and you're watching it from the Wheels' point of view through the memory banks of R2D2. That is why R2D2 is in every single movie, and he is the prominent helper because it's his point of view. He is telling the story through his memory banks.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's it. But we get that. But you get some weird ones. It was supposed to be, I think, Mace Windy is supposed to be our teacher, not Obi-Wan, and it was supposed to be C.J. Taylor was supposed to be the hero. They all got changed. So it all got very changed. Now, where Jay said this felt like, a setup to the movies that we got, Empire Strikes Back, Return of Jedi. You're right, but you're wrong. And I'll explain it because George Lucas wanted to make this one, but because technology constraints, he always wanted to make number one. Slightly different to what it was become the Phantom Menace, but he wanted Anakin, and he was spelt differently. It was like Anakin, like with like a double N, and it was like no way in the middle. But he wanted to do this one, then go straight back and do Anakin's story to Darth Vader. He was more interested in Darth Vader. And then the sequels were supposed to be Luke's journey going on with R2D2. So that was it. It was supposed to be this one, go back, and that's it. But then the though he got the rights off 20th Century Fox to do whatever he wanted, unlucky for them, but great for George Lucas. They were like, if you want us to distribute it, you have to follow on the story because it was so big. Because they all thought it was going to be a flop. They everybody, even George Lucas's friends, everybody were like, this is a flop. But George wanted to at least do his B movies of the story of Anakin. But what he had in his mind, especially like the whole premise of people forget of Star Wars, his first idea, and he's said this in many things. If you watch the documentary, the beginning, sorry, what talks about the Phantom Menace, his first idea was a master and his apprentice. The apprentice goes bad, didn't have names, volcano fight.
Really? Wow,
That
that
early
early.
on. That's what he wanted. So like that. But yeah, it changed. We got like Galadorn is saying, yep. You got Star Killer. So one of the original ones
Yeah,
was
Luke Starkiller.
the Adventures of Star Killer. Then it became the Adventures of Luke Star Killer on the in the view of the wheels, and then it's so many different variations. So you have so many things, but this is where I was saying like the lady Lee Bracknell Brackett, literally she drafted it out, but she died and she got really ill, and then they moved it on, but she never got credited because they changed it things, but her idea was still there. So yeah, the whole premise of Luke Skywalker, it was supposed to be, I guess it would have been Leia Skywalker, Sky Killer, and it would have changed around. But it's all different. That's why if you even go by the picture I brought up earlier, is where Chewie looks like the alien out of Rebels. So it's like that. But yeah, this was supposed to be a standalone. Everybody who watched the pre ones, they'd be like, this is awful. This is terrible, because the editing hadn't been done correctly. The beginning wasn't done. You can imagine watching this movie with no of the space stuff. I suppose like that, right. Like that, it would have looked weird. But yeah, so so this was originally from you're watching it from the memory banks of R2D2, and I always think that's weird. It's like that. So this is supposed to be our time, and that was thousands of years ago, and that's it. And it was like a memory banks from it.
Oh, I think that's kind of interesting, though. I do, because again, I like Battlestar, and Battlestar is not just supposed to be in the past, but Battlestar as a story. It's a story that repeats itself over and over again. It's the same story, but it continues to repeat itself. So, when a race is annihilated, then it starts all over again. And so, I kind of like that idea.
And I must say, we just had a little bit of a Tomby raid. So, hey, everybody's from Tomby's chat. Hey,
everyone.
I was in.
Hey, Rick. Yeah. Hello, Adam. Hello, everyone. Well, here are the numbers, and quite shocking. 100%, even though 1977 doesn't seem that long ago. Wow, $11 million was actually an astounding budget for 1977. It's 59 million adjusted for inflation today. This film made at the time 776 million global. This is a $4.1 billion movie today. Can we even comprehend a 4.1 billion, just this film? This is not the entire Star Wars universe. It won the Academy Awards that you would expect it to have won, for the score, for costume, for editing, for sound effects. But there were also 4 other nominations. Sir Alec was nominated for an Academy Award for acting and didn't win. I think Lucas was nominated for 1 and didn't win. So, but again, to win 8 Academy Awards was a huge deal back then. It also won BAFTAs for the same, Saturn Awards, Golden Globes, and every other kind of award you can think of. Largely,
this is because sci-fi was not recognized by the Academy until this was so big. Like you look at it, I can't. The winner. This was nominated for best film, and you look who won. Literally, Woody Allen film.
Annie Hall. Was it Annie Hall that year?
Annie Hall, yes. And now everybody's like that. Annie Hall. Oh, really? Yeah, not a lot of people have seen it. So, so it's not on our list, so it can't be that good.
Thankfully, it's not. It's
I've never seen it.
I don't like Woody Allen films.
Yeah, I don't like it.
The other way that this film was landmark in so many ways was the merchandising, and it is also astounding, or maybe not, because back then it wasn't a big deal. But Mego turned down the opportunity to produce the toys. And Kenner, a little American company, toy company that made games, picked up the license and created, just for Star Wars, created the 3.75-inch action figure that we consider to be our standard today. Now in Europe, you use ratios. You call them like 1 in 12, 1 in 6, whatever. I think this is a 1 in 12. What do you call the size of the standard?
3.75.
Oh, so you
Star Wars.
do. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm gonna actually put a fact that it wasn't Kenner who came up with the idea. It was a brand in Colville in Leicestershire called Peloton,
Oh,
and the
awesome.
reason is because action figures, the Action Man, yeah, and at the time they couldn't get the correct like rubber or plastic because they were running out. There was a shortage across the world.
Okay.
So Peloton said we can make it. That's why if you ever go, like the Boba Fett, the one that goes for millions, that was done by Peloton. Peloton did all the
Oh, cool.
on the license of Kenner, they did all the test ones, I suppose you want to call it, the things. They did all the molds and all that. Prototypes, yeah. So they did all the prototypes of that. So Kenner had the license. They outed it for the whole of Europe for a company called Peloton. Peloton no longer exists. Literally, that's why if you have a Peloton one, they called a thing. They have like all the different languages on them for Europe. But Kenner,
awesome.
then they said, and then they did the things that. But then they realized they could make that work because doing it at 3.75, they could make the vehicles really small.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. So you could do a handheld vehicles instead of these Action Man ones that had to be big, like big tanks to get all the toys in. So that's it worked. So all the kids, for Christmas, they could get, like, even though it wasn't delivered at Christmas, you got your little Christmas package. But that is one reason is because they were like, to make these, if you're going to make a speeder, I suppose you got to like make it like a 2 foot to fit Luke in. So they were like, no, we'll reduce it. It was a shortage, but it worked. So that's how now this is kind of like a standard figure. You don't get Action Man, but I don't know what the actual size is. Somebody's gonna have to let me know what Action Man was. But yeah, this was who, I can't remember who did the Action Man toys as well. They no, we don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. And literally it became the standard. How this movie became the standard.
It did. And then from the action figures, so I mean, I know my brother and I had everything over years. My parents couldn't. I love my parents. They couldn't afford much, but God, they made sure we had cool stuff. And we had there was a board game. There was a Star Wars board game with the Death Star. Now, again, this was more like toward Return of the Jedi, when we were, old enough to play, or at least, I don't know, maybe it was after that even. But we had this board game with the Death Star on it, and we had the AT-ATs. I'll tell you a whole other story about that, and how we jumped into someone's yard to rescue an AT-AT in downtown Baltimore when it was a little dangerous. But we had all those things, and just to think, like, the word Kenner, the name Kenner just became synonymous with Star Wars. It just
Sorry, I was having a look if I have it. I have the board game. I can't find it. I have the board game and the original jigsaw set. But I know I have it. Like, it must be in stores because it's very fragile now. But I do have the original one with even the little snips we got in to put it into. So yeah, I have the yes, I kept my stuff. Yeah. I can't remember where it is. That's really gonna bug me. I'm gonna have to find it afterwards.
Oh, that's fun. But yeah, I mean, just in every respect, a landmark production, not just in terms of the film, but in every aspect of how the film was marketed and how it continues today. And Rick, yeah, the 12-inch Han and Luke. So I wanted the 12-inch Leia because of the hair when I was little. And then my mom always had this thing, like, when girls want to play with doll's hair, but then they want the doll's hair to look exactly like it did when you bought it, and you can never get it back. And of course, Leah's hair, once you took those buns down, there was no way you were going to get that back. So my mom bless her, right decision. She didn't even, I don't think she bought me that doll. Good decision, Mom. I didn't need that doll because she knew in 5 minutes it wasn't going to look the way it was supposed to look.
It wasn't a great game, but it was Star Wars. True.
Yes.
Was it.
Now, is it safe to say, without having a list of like movies to come out prior to it, is it safe to say, just off a general assumption here, that Star Wars is kind of the first true example of a blockbuster in terms of the money that goes into it, the scope, the visual side of things, the return?
But I guess in what you would class as a
merchandise.
summer, I guess in like the American summer blockbuster.
Yeah,
I'm
in that kind
100%.
of sense.
This is
kind of
this
set
kind
the
of thing.
standard for it. No,
Yeah, because this got kind of released in kind of limited, and then it thinks I think this is undertone. Now somebody just said like there you go, Don. Cleopatra is the first time they tried to do a
It's
blockbuster.
Jaws. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
When
and
we talk
they
about
tried.
Jaws,
Yeah,
we're going to
but
talk
it
about
wasn't
Jaws.
the inflation. I guess in like boom, it literally went everywhere. Like Cleopatra, the marketing behind it and the stars they had with it, like Richard Burton, and I guess in the Richard Burton, Elizabeth Taylor affair helped a little bit, and this hindered it a little bit. But that's it. And then of course, yeah. When's Jaws? What year was Jaws?
75.
75. So,
now
but
did-
so that is more of acclaimed of a bigger film, like things. But like this was the first one where I suppose it got obsessive. This
Yeah,
is where
like,
you went back and watched.
That's kind of what I'm more wondering. Like, I know obviously Jaws was massive, but like, did it have the merchandise sales that this one had too? The collecting factor, all that. Like,
No, it was just released in the summer when people had more time and wanted to be in the theaters because it was in some places it was air conditioned. So it's just that having that big weekend, big 4-day weekend or 3-day weekend. So, and that's kind of where the term, but I just Googled it too. And it's Jaws, it's 10 Commandments, Sound of Music, Star Wars, considered blockbusters.
So you
but
could
this is the
almost
first
say,
movie. Yeah, sorry.
oh no, I was
this
just gonna say,
was
so you could almost say that Jaws kind of was the first blockbuster. Star Wars very quickly redefined
Yeah.
what it was.
They made it. They. I suppose there's the blueprint. We've enhanced the blueprint because this is the first one where this is where I suppose today you're going to get the comics. You've got now action figures, like I suppose, like your fantasy like things. Previously, that nobody bought off movies, the comics, the books, the action figures, whatever. Blah. This was the first one. So when they a 20th Century Fox signed over the merchandise rights, it was part of the agreement with George Lucas. I have the rights to it. They were like, yeah, because they never sell.
Who
They're
cares?
like, we don't care. Go ahead.
We don't care.
Man,
It
what
never
a
does
deal
it.
that was.
So of course, mine's like that is it. So George Lucas has made more money off the toy sales than the thing.
Yep.
And this is that's why I always laugh now is you've got going forward. Kenner is near enough going out of business. They had to lay off loads of people because they heavily do that. They're Star Wars. They are Star Wars. It's like, well, not Kenner now, but
I was gonna say, didn't they just
go
somewhere else?
No, it's what's it called?
Isn't it,
so
who owns Kenner?
Hasbro, right?
Hasbro
took over most of Hasbro had
Since
obviously
Disney, no?
Yeah.
Well,
Hasbro are the independent company who holds a license with Disney. So that's it. But they had to drop all their, I suppose, action figure ones because of the decline in toy sales with Star Wars because nobody buys them. Because there's a reason why. They are still a massive company because they hold the rights to Monopoly.
And G.I. Joe, Transformers.
Yes, they still have quite a few.
Yeah, they have. They've got things, but yeah, Monopoly is like everybody has Monopoly in somewhere in the house. So like that, and they
some version of
some version of it. But they got the money off that. So yeah, they got that. But yeah, this was the first. This was the first one. Things, but it was iconic that they were the first ones to do the iconic toy sales. Everybody wanted the toys. Everyone, this is a new thing, and they couldn't deliver it at Christmas. So what they did is gave this kind of like gift card thing. Like it's quite funny. You have to see some of the advertisement where you bought you're gonna get it. So you gave your kid a kind of like a big voucher, like in 1970, like Christmas of 1977, because they couldn't fulfill the orders, so they were later like that. So they kind of think that's why when like Empire and then Return of the Jedi went mad with the toys. So I got everything. I got so much of it, but that's it. Like they caught up after like we're coming up to the release of that, and like they knew what they were getting onto. So Hasbro, Bob Kenner, sorry at the time, knew. Bang, we need to bang it out, and that's it. That was the merchandise is literally that. I couldn't, even if my friends weren't into Star Wars, everybody had a toy.
Yeah,
that was it. That was the thing. Everybody had a toy. It was ridiculous, but yeah. So
now, is anything in your collection behind you an original that you got and have held on to since? Any point in your childhood watching Star Wars, or is it all recollected over the years?
That whole top shelf and all the figures there are all my kid ones, and I've got two ones that are. I've got two different versions of Boba Fett there. That because my mum and dad got divorced, so they bought me different versions. So I got kind of 2 Christmases.
Well,
so
not the fact that they got divorced. That's not awesome.
But no,
the fact that you kept all these things, that's awesome.
yeah. So I've got that, but I have like some really rare ones at the back there that are things. I've got one in the house that I've never ever. It's still in its box. It's never been opened, but that's because circumstances. But yeah, but like now I'm going to go a little bit different. Little bit of a different tone now, if you don't mind me, because I'm guessing because we're slightly older and everybody has different circumstances. Now, I'm going to ask, and I'm guessing we know Sandy's. Sandy, who's your favorite character growing up?
My favorite character growing up in Star Wars, I mean, it's a tie between Princess Leia and Han Solo. And the other problem with that is my dad brought home the VHS tapes of both Star Wars and Raiders of the Lost Ark at the same time, years later. And so I was a big, huge Harrison Ford fan. So it was Han Solo and Princess Leia.
Now, Jay, I'm going to guess your most favorite, because your prequels is Anakin or Obi-Wan, but for this movie...
So you are correct. It is actually Obi-Wan. Always, as Sandy pointed out earlier, I've always been a fan of Ewan McGregor's version of him. Always really liked it. Thought it worked. So he was always my favorite in terms of those. But for these, it kind of changed for me. When I was younger, it was Luke. As I got older, it became Han, which I also think was a really cool thing they did for the and why this movie's been such a popular movie over generations for male in terms of a male demographic, is because you can kind of grow up with the movie where when you're younger, you do appreciate the Luke, the hero of the story. And then as you get older, you do kind of really start to appreciate Han's side of it a little more, the scoundrel, all that kind of thing. So if I was to pick between the two, which one at this point sticks out as my favorite, it would be Han. I just like that character a lot.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to get a little bit serious and a little bit morbid, but a little bit normal. I mean this in a great way. So Star Wars is close to my heart, really close to my heart, for not just because of the movie. Now, when I was younger, it's like 1983. My parents got really divorced really young. Now, why I love Star Wars is because it's one of the first movies my dad gave me. VHS tape, blah, 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 things. And all I remember, now this is where it gets a bit soppy, is all I remember is putting on Star Wars and being, wow. But I also remember when I was a kid, putting on Star Wars is having to put on Star Wars because my parents were arguing before they got divorced. So it was an immersion into a different kind of, I can take myself away from what I'm hearing, boom, boom, boom. But so I could take myself away from that. Now, because I was dyslexic, I didn't know I was dyslexic when I was younger. So at like preschool and nursery, I was bullied a lot, apparently. I kind of remember it, but I don't 100% remember it. But I remember like my cousin, he was like the oldest. He would be Luke. His friends would be Han. Cousin would be Leia. So I had Obi-Wan Kenobi. I had the old git. I'm the youngest, but I don't want to be Chewie. I have Obi-Wan. So I kind of related from Obi-Wan. And then, lucky enough for me, when my parents got divorced. My mum went back to her old boyfriend, and he was a movie geek, and he was like, "I'm going to show you something about Alec Guinness." And he brought me up with the Ealing comedies, all the Alec Guinness, that black and white movie era,
Oh,
literally.
wow.
So you have to go through that. So then I understood, well, this is not just a movie character. He's an actor. So he appreciated me. Yeah, I loved Obi-Wan as the old Alec Guinness Obi-Wan. And then, of course, the Ewan McGregor Obi-Wan, I can appreciate that. But also the actor. And that's it. So when I watch like that, it's because that was my thing. These old black and white, not just Alec Guinness ones, but like, you know, that whole circle of that environment. And that kind of got me out of like appreciating the movies, not remembering as well, you know, that bullying, you know, being like, I suppose, like if you're a bit of a nerd, you're a bit of a geek, especially back there, it wasn't cool to be a nerd, to be a geek.
Yeah.
And like that, like my mates never like one of them, he was into trains. He got bullied because he loved Thomas the Tank Engine into trains and all that. And then I had literally boom, my room was still banged like that, and like to have that, you know, like I was still sporty. I was still into my, like, as you call it, soccer, like cricket and all that. But like still, like, you like Star Wars? Who likes Star Wars? And I think that was it, because when I grew up, the movies had stopped. That was it. Like my 1983, that is Return of the Jedi gone. And you have to wait till like 1999 now,
right,
until you get the next one. And like that is it. And like I remember, I so excited. And like I know a lot of people don't like the Phantom Menace. I remember going to the cinema as like a 19-year-old, and like going there and just that, as I said, that 20th Century Fox. Then the silence.
yeah, that's the nostalgia comes right back.
Boom, and I was just like, oh my! And at the cinema watching that, I was just like, yes. So I love that, and I appreciate the prequels. I get it, I love it, and I say, but like for this, I remember my love for this of like, oh my, and it's big things like I suppose like at that time, like the divorce rate went up quite early in like the late 70s, 80s, in things that I think got more of the norm. So there's more broken families, but not in a bad way. Like I'm not going to explain all my childhood, but like there was a thing of like holding on to that Luke situation of like looking for something more. And I think that very appealed for me, even though I really understood the Obi-Wan character more growing up because of what I think. So I got like hooked on like to Sir Alec Guinness, and that's why I like a Sir Alec Guinness movie. But yeah, a little bit insight there of why I love Star Wars. I love the Star Wars, so I have to. That's different. I think that is different from the driven Disney. Is not Star Wars. It's not Star Wars I remember, and I hate this. Like, oh, it's because you're old. This is always supposed to be for kids. Blah blah blah. The reason I like Star Wars
so much
is because it made you feel like, as a kid, you were allowed to see something that was a little bit grown up.
Right.
And I was saying, you cannot say it's 100% made for kids, but then it has the death scene of Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen.
Right.
That what? Sorry. That is literally charred skeletons, and that seeing that for I'm allowed to see this. Wow, you know, and like you like how you say it, but you see people die, blaster fire. You know, seeing that, it's amazing. So there is that play on. Yeah, it's got them kiddie elements, like them Flash Gordon elements, Buck Rogers elements, 100%. Yeah, if you can feel that, you can feel the Western tone onto it, but you can feel like that kind of grittiness of like an old John Wayne movie into it as well, where it's just got a bit nasty, you know, like that is Han Solo. He's our John Wayne, you know, character into it. So that's why, yeah, I cannot, I adore these movies to a certain point now, but I adore this movie. I think there are flaws, and I think when you see the other movies, you can see the flaws. You know, like there are bits where it wasn't written, you know, Darth Vader wasn't envisioned by George Lucas to be spoilers, I am your father. Like that. That is an envision. So Leia and Luke aren't Darth Vader's father. That was written by the next director. So all these little intricates, because he wanted to go back. Anakin's the story. And if you actually look at it now, 1 to 6, Anakin's the story. Anakin is
It
the
is.
start.
Yep.
Like he built it up, and he managed to tell that story by manipulating Empire Strikes Back with the and then Return of the Jedi, and then going back. This is an Anakin story. It's not Luke Skywalker. It's not Obi-Wan. This is Anakin Skywalker story, and I love that because you've got that change of, you see this, I say, evil robot become this thing over these 3 movies. And then, of course, we had to wait and then see this innocent kid going in for it. And I think, like, I'm not sure your age when the prequels come out, but a lot of people, I liked it how if you're that age group, you know, like maybe 10 when Phantom Menace came out, you can grow up with Anakin. You grow up. You have the same struggle, the teenage struggles of like Anakin. You see that growth. So I like that. I like how we separated that movies and just jumped it up, because that's what people were going through.
No, absolutely.
Oh, I lost sound. Hello.
Oh, nope.
Oh, sorry. So I think I lost my sound then. Sorry, let me change that.
I'm back. No, actually, mine stuttered a little bit.
Okay, that was.
But you know, number one, thank you for sharing that story, because I think it resonates with a lot of people, not just where you found your fandom, but the fact that we're all geeks here, and geekdom and nerddom is just such a wonderful place to be, because we're not exclusionary, because it doesn't matter whether my favorite IP is Battlestar Galactica and yours is Star Wars and someone else's is G.I. Joe and someone else's is Batman. It doesn't matter. It matters that we have found those things that we absolutely love and we want to learn every single thing about, and we want to just share that with everyone and convince everyone that ours is the most interesting, and we respect each other for that. The creativity of this film, in, you know, it just kind of opened my brain as a kid. Now, my mom had liked the old Star Trek on television, and I gotta tell you, I thought it was hokey back then. I respect it, Star Trek the television series, but I guess at our generation, we were looking for different kinds of special effects and things like that, and so I think this film really, you know, kind of pushed that forward and was just so cool. It was so new and fresh. And boy, what's really sad now is, I hate to sound like an old lady, but you kind of look at kids today and you feel kind of sad for them, because the last original IP that has come out that is truly original is Harry Potter.
And that was
And
my
that was
generation. So that was
30 years ago now, 20
right.
some years ago now.
Which
So
and that's actually, and not to sidetrack you there, but just to point out about that, it's actually one reason why, because that reboot's coming, the show reboot for that series. I actually am happy to see that, because I would like to see other generations continue to grow up with at least that one, because like you said, there is no other fresh new ones coming out. It'd be nice to see a fresh take on it for you know, another generation to enjoy.
I'd love for something brand new.
Yeah.
And there's just not. You know, Harry
But
Potter
that's it.
was
How
just
cool
so
was it, Sandy?
unique.
You used to be able to like watch a like thing. You go, oh my god, have you seen Fireflux? What's that? Or you seen like battle? You see,
Oh,
have you
yeah.
seen the new Battlestar? Oh, I didn't like the original. Oh, I've seen the new one. Seen the new one. It's completely different. It's really upright, and you get really
Yep.
excited about. Oh, did you watch I don't know, Deep Space Nine? Oh, you know, what's that about? Oh, you got to watch it. It's really
Give it a
it
try.
picks up. It's
Yeah,
really good.
exactly.
Sliders. Have you seen Sliders? You know, like that.
Yep.
There used to be all these like even
There
if you went
were.
Stargate 1, like, you know, there's all these like these TV shows,
Babylon
things
5.
like that. You had so many movies come after this, like into like the 2000s. Now, sod it. How can we do it? Let's have a backstory about the backstory.
Let's just recycle
Oh,
every creative idea
yeah.
and even like I despair because I think that people think that that's creative.
Mm.
I think people think that they're limited by what's already here. Oh, let me see how I can write the tales of what's his name who wrote Fantastic Beasts in Harry Potter. Ugh, that was just
Yeah, it's
awful.
terrible.
It just keep draining every IP that's
Mhm.
there. Now there's plenty of intellectual property out there that hasn't been fully explored or done well. And going back to G.I. Joe, I don't think there's been a good G.I. Joe film. I
Mhm.
I wouldn't want anyone to try it again, but I also what my brother and I did like was we had a corner store in Baltimore, and he would grab the GI Joes every week and I would grab the Transformers comic books every week, and he still has all of his GI Joes and I don't have any of my original Transformers. I had number 1. I had the originals. But those things were disappointing. Oh wow.
Very cool.
It's gonna
Was
make you
so
guilty.
cool.
That's number one. Marvel.
Wow.
When they first did it. I do like. I think the back is the best though.
That's
That's
awesome.
awesome. But I think
Yeah.
what we can do is just celebrate what we had
I have
and what we
comics.
Yeah.
have. And the cool thing is that your son is already saying that's no moon, and that's pretty flippin' cool. And my
Mhm.
kid knows which ship made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs, under 12 parsecs. So that's pretty cool. And it's for us here to try to keep that going.
Mhm.
And God bless the wheel of film that gave us Star Wars this week to take a
Mhm.
really deep dive into. Now, Jay, you are younger than us, so um and so we respect you being of the prequels era. We certainly
Mhm.
do. But it pulled you into this awesome universe.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and so you have that experience, and you can also look at these films and see them a little more critically than we did probably.
Right.
And also because Jay doesn't show his face, I still think he might be Batman.
Oh, Batman is my favorite IP, so you never know.
He's the
Uh,
Batman.
no,
Yeah.
Oh my god, have you actually literally sorry, quickly go. Have you seen a book? It's called How to Be Batman.
no.
Oh my god, it's a book of if you're rich, how to become Batman. There's 2 great ones. It's called How to Become Batman, and then
Mhm.
another one is How to Survive the Zombie Apocalypse. Any funny book, forget it. Literally, they're one of the 2 greatest books. It's just because literally like I can become Batman. It's like that meme. It's like you see the girlfriend in bed with the boyfriend. It's like, what's he? I bet he's thinking about
Yeah.
another girl. And the boy's like, how can I become Batman? So Jay's Batman, everyone. Just to let you out.
I'm cool with
So,
that being. I'm cool with that.
I'll be your Robin.
But one thing I would like to say, to the point of Stasis's story about what Star Wars means to him. I think and like Sandy said afterwards, I do think that a lot of us, we're all nerds, we're all geeks, we all have these things that mean a lot to us for different reasons, different things that we've used them to escape into in life, and just things we love and we're passionate about. So, and you touched on this a little bit, Stasis, too. I do hate when, we have complaints about what the state of these IPs are now. And the thing that always comes back, or the argument tossed back, is always, why does it matter to you? It's for kids, it's that, the other thing. It's just so disingenuous for so many reasons, because it's really obvious why it matters. This stuff, like you just said, like I just said, it gets us through all these different things in life. We get immersed in these worlds, these universes, buy the collectibles, read the books, watch the movies, use it to escape reality or to just enjoy things. It's not always just to escape for negative reasons. Sometimes it's just, the comfort food of entertainment, things like that. So obviously it matters, but to boil it down in an argument to that it's just for kids or you shouldn't worry about it, that stuff just really does annoy the hell out of me. It means so much for so many different reasons, and it wouldn't be this popular if it didn't.
Yeah, but I think like even we go going about the modern stuff, I think they forget the opening title. It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It is not, and I've said this multiple times. The writers today, that writers' room, cannot work out that it's not set on Earth. It is supposed to be
Right.
completely different. There is no modern day in Star Wars until you get to modern day Star Wars. Even if you go for the prequels, it is still in the galaxy. It has nuance of like different like political aspects, but it's not still driving a political narrative of modern day Earth. It is still not supposed to be set on Earth, and I think that's what they can't disingenerate is like the two different things. I want to watch this and then forget where I am, and that's why
Right.
it's enjoyable. And like even if you like, some people qualm about the prequels, but you can still immerse yourself in those movies. You
Mhm.
can still forget yourself in the movies, and that's why like I think these like this modern stuff, they forget that phrase. It's not
Right.
supposed to be here. Stop it. I don't want to care about your whatever. It doesn't matter. Just give me storytelling. If it's a bit quirky and it's like a Jar Jar Binks and you do that a bit wrong, but I can still immerse myself
Yeah,
into
like
that
you
story.
can forgive those things and still
Mm,
continue to enjoy the
yeah,
overall product.
yeah,
It's when they're doing things deliberately for, whatever reasons they may have that's pulling you out of it and breaking your immersion and
yeah.
just not being true to what the IP of the lore is. That's when it becomes an issue.
Mm,
And
yeah.
to not be able to take criticism for doing those changes or making those changes and instead just throw back that you're a grown adult, you shouldn't even worry about it. It's just such an annoying
Yeah, but that's the thing,
thing.
because like I don't think it's even adults would like have to recognize that you're pulling it back into modern like Earth. I'm going to
Right.
call it with these kind of
Right.
movies, because like I'm guessing kids they you recognize it because they bring up that point that you will watch something and then you go, oh, this is quite good, this is interesting, and then they do that thing and you just go, oh, eye
Mhm.
roll like that. If it's like today, like, oh, they give like that political aspect of America, and you're like, oh my god, every like say it, like most people don't live in America, and they give that little, oh look, America, and you're like, oh bloody
Mhm.
hell, I was watching a sci-fi movie. Why did you bring that up? There was no need, but you just went, I need to implant that to give my political review, and you're like, oh, go away. And it just that's to say, as soon as you're watching something, and then it takes you out of that environment, I'm gone.
Right.
I'm gone.
Yep.
I've just got you. You lost me. You
And
lost
it's
me.
and that goes for any way that you break
Mm,
immersion with that, whatever method in which you choose to, insert something that doesn't belong there and you break the immersion, you're always going to have that effect. So being
yeah,
criticized for it, you got to take the criticism sometimes and kind of understand and learn from it. But obviously that's, not the
yeah.
route of current day Star Wars.
So, on that note, before we get to the wheel, let's go. Ladies first. Let's go. Proper. Sandy.
It's a
Out of 10.
9. This is a
It's a
9
9.
out of 10.
Wow, I think
This
that's
is
9
the
out of
my
10.
highest
highest.
score we've had.
This is my highest score
Wow.
that I've shared here. And it is for the story, the music, the impact that it had on film, the impact it had on society, the special effects, the attempts, and the groundbreaking, it looks clunky today, but really groundbreaking special effects, and just the entire phenomenon. The actual story is a simple story. It's
Mm,
a princess that needs to be saved and bad guys that need to be put down. It's influenced by World War II, by westerns, by Japanese cinema. It's got so many great influences, but it's a very simple story that I don't think anyone can quarrel with. And also, we haven't mentioned this, in this film, you clearly know who the good guys and the bad guys are.
mm,
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Today we like to be overcomplicated, and stories are meant to be a little more complex, and that's life. But in this film, in the context of this film, okay, before we get into who Darth Vader really is, you know the good guys, you know the bad guys, the good guys won. That's all you need to know. This is a 9 for me.
Mhm.
Jay.
I give it a very solid 8. I love this movie. I almost want to bump it up a little bit just because of the way Sandy just extra sold it to me there. It really just kind of got me even more pumped about it. But I'm going to stick with my initial one. I'm going to say 8. I think it's really solid across the board. I think it was an incredibly ambitious idea in the movie to make for its time. So when you look back and you see how well a lot of it holds up for the practical effects, the sets, the costumes, all that kind of stuff, um, that's really impressive. Some of the remastering things aren't my favorite. You know, the CGI looks a little weak. I don't know when was the last year they finally touched it with any remastering, Stasis?
So the
The last one was because they updated the Jabba bit, and that would be in 2005, 2006 must
Yeah.
have been.
so what
because
does
that
it
was
say on my
after.
DVD here? It says remastered. Okay, the one I have remastered 2011. So I don't know what they did
2011.
to
So
this
that's
steelbook.
yeah.
So some of that, so if we're going just based off, say, the Jabba thing, because that really sticks out to me as some of the poorest, you know, CGI in the film. Given that that was in 2005, it looks worse than some of the practical effects from the beginning and some of the
Yeah.
visuals from the original. So some of the remastering stuff I could have done without, but overall, you know, love the movie, love the characters. I love all the quick, efficient storytelling, setup, all that kind of stuff that they do in it. You know, not a perfect movie by any means. You know, very few are, but it's iconic. It's really good in its own right, and it just set off an unbelievable universe for 6 movies.
So for myself, now I'm gonna have to do this in 3 different age groups. Now, as a kid, and I mean a kid, literally, this is the best thing since sliced bread. I was boom, 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 you know, like that. Now, I would have given it a 10 out of 10. This was literally, I'm gonna draw all over this thing. Then becoming into my teens, I'm gonna drop it down to a 9 because there's a better movie out there. Yep. In the Star Wars
And
trilogy.
it's coming. And it's coming. I know.
Yeah. And then you kind of got that. And then you get the prequels, and then it changes. Now, it changes later. Like, I suppose now is I always go for a movie after, like, you know, there's big ones or that. Would I change anything? There is one of the trilogy, whatever, the Star Wars. I wouldn't change anything. This movie, I would have changed at least 3 things. So I'm gonna have to be like, even though I'm a huge Star Wars fan, I'm gonna give it an 8.
Ooh. But
Yeah,
you're
like give it a
extra
solid.
critical, and that makes
Yes,
sense
because I've
you've lived it.
yeah, because I've got literally I've unfortunately I dive a lot into this, and I suppose you get to the point when you're that as a nerd, a geek, or whatever you want to call yourself, you kind of live it a little bit.
Yep.
And I went like, and there are certain bits I would, I nitpick, and I just go, oh, and like the things, one bit, and I'm going to get this, and it always nags me, and it's like that is how Obi-Wan wasn't there as like a second uncle, a granddad figure to Luke. And I would have loved this. Like, we know when you get Luke is like Luke was with Obi-Wan just farming, but they're not saying much. He's there, but he knew him as an uncle figure, or like a great uncle. I had one called Uncle George who lived with us before he died, and he taught me a lot. But he was really old. He like went to war, came back really like shell shocked, but like he showed me how to like count cards. Great thing to do, like as a great uncle kind of thing. But literally, I would have loved have that, because I think then the scene of when he dies, like the sacrifice, would have meant something. Like he's straw. I think that would have been impactful, that he knew him since he was a kid. So there are certain ones, but that's me nitpicking, because again, the bits I change are really the Alec Guinness scenes, because I wanted more. And that's me just being greedy. That's my insight of being, you have greed. And I can understand, like, you have loads of Star Wars fans, and like that, even prequels, even the sequels, they want more. And I understand that, because the greatest thing, and Jay said it builds, you have now, boom, a universe. You have the galaxy far, far away, that anything is possible. If you put yourself there, it is possible. And like, even modern day, we hate was it Rebel Moon, but at least he put himself there. So he put himself like into that environment. It's terrible written, it's terribly directed, but at least that you without this, that wouldn't have been there.
No, 100%. And it's funny you mentioned that, Stasis, because I remember doing my review for Rebel Moon Part 1, and that was one thing I said as like the few positives I had to offer the movie was, I appreciate anybody who's willing to try to take on the task of creating an entire universe, never mind a sci-fi universe. It's ambitious, it's massive in scope, it is incredibly difficult to do. So taking it on just as a task alone, I'd say, you know, kudos to you, congrats, that's awesome. But then there comes the side of, did you, you know, execute on it right or not? And, you know,
But that's the thing,
obviously
is like
Rebel Moon, they
Sandy
did
said,
not.
this story is simple. Rebel
Yeah.
Moon, they tried to, I'm going to overcomplicate every single aspect of it.
Yeah.
By
Every
taking-
single little backstory.
By
It's
taking a
it's
bunch of
overcomplicated.
aspects of other
Yeah.
movies and jamming it into one
Yeah.
as if it's a
That's it,
creative
like,
new story.
if anybody hasn't watched like
Brilliant.
Buck Rogers in the 21st century, the old black and white Flash Gordon, go and watch it. Simple story's done really well, and this is what it's off, and that's it. And they're matinee movies kind of things, but not really for kids. You know, they're like for teen kids and like that. So they're still a bit ooh, you know, watching it. So yeah, I think most people, especially in chat, adore Star Wars to a certain point. If we say Star Wars as a whole, let's say that, and that may be a
very
discussion for
distinct
another time.
point somehow.
But if you two have nothing more to add except for Obi-Wan's call,
I would say recommend, but I have to imagine everybody's seen it. If somehow you have not seen Star Wars yet, definitely recommend.
yeah, it's yeah. Look at my background. That's all I have to say. This is not fake. If anybody wants to know, yeah. Sandy, is it time for the wheel?
It is time for the wheel. I had a break this week because Star Wars obviously didn't have a book. But I'm now in the middle of The Desert Fox, which is the story of Rommel by Desmond Young. It's only 222 pages and there's a lot of photos. So it's a really quick read. And it's not an audiobook. So you know, so I'm getting through it here, looking forward to it. So yeah, let's let the wheel do its thing. I'd love another break from reading, but that's okay too. I love reading. So
I don't know what could be the worst or the longest. Is it Lord of the Rings? Would you have to read it again?
But I've
We'd
read
have
it
to
so
schedule
many
that
times.
one.
I think
Yeah.
no, I'm okay because I've read the Lord of the Rings, all of them.
Okay.
multiple
If it
times.
does come up, can I ask you to read the Silmarillion? That's a
Yeah.
hard read.
Yeah, because I haven't. So
Oh,
I would-
haven't you? Oh, that's a
no,
hard
so
read.
I would
That is-
do
yeah.
that. I've done The Hobbit and all the others.
Hang
But
on.
I'm not even going to predict this time, right? Because I think what is it? 3 of yours and 4 of
3 in a
Jay's
row.
and
I
vice-
have 3 in a
vice
row.
versa. So
Is
I'm
it
not
3 in a
even
row?
gonna
Jay had
say.
2. Yeah.
I would like though. Okay, here's what I would like. It is spooky season, and if The Omen came up, that would get me.
Is
That
The
would be
Omen on here?
I put it
Yes.
on. It better be because I put
okay.
it on there.
Oh, that'd be great.
There are some horror flicks. There are
Event
some
Horizon
comedy
is on
horror.
there.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
And
we
that would
do
get me
have
my
some-
Sam Neill fix.
Oh yeah, Shaun
too.
of the Dead. That's on there.
Dawn of the Dead. That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a carry-on movie. It's going to be, you know, we're going to get like Jay's asking for comedy. We've wanted something lighthearted. So
Yeah.
I'll accept Star Wars as somewhat lighthearted. It's definitely more lighthearted than anything we've
Not
had.
a
so far,
gangster
so.
film. We get
Yeah,
another
no,
gangster film.
I'll accept that.
We're
We're
gonna
gonna
get-
get a more lighthearted choice.
So the next one we've got a war movie. This is the thing we can predict, and we realize we're always surprised because we forgot about how many was it 280 movies we have plus whatever we've got
Something
on
like
there.
that.
It's like that. So yeah, every time I'm like, ooh. So are we ready? Chat. Are you ready? I'm gonna
And
do
by the
it.
way, this will be number 10. That's
Is it?
oh no,
Yes?
no, no. I'm
Wow.
sorry to be number 11. Sorry, Rommel's going to be number 10. So the
Oh.
next
Yeah.
one's going to be.
Yes. Yeah.
We're moving into our second decade. Awesome.
Wow, we are
So we got-
cranking for these things.
We got Wayne's World
Yeah.
on there.
Yeah, we're really chipping away at that wheel, Jay. We really are.
look at it. It's like
Yeah,
okay.
we'll be done in
As
no time.
always, we're gonna do my countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
The suspense.
Dinner for
Dinner
one.
for One.
this,
1963. There you
I
go.
can't say I'm familiar with it.
you
There you
guys are
go.
gonna hate this. You guys are gonna hate this. You guys are gonna hate this.
I haven't seen it for
Off to a great
ages.
start.
It is 35 minutes long. It's not really a film. It's a film. It's when I think in Germany and France, and I also think in England, in the UK, this is also a Christmas staple, kind of like The Great Escape is.
Mhm.
It is stupid. It is black and white, and it may not even require a full film club. But I put it on here because it's a staple. It's a classic in many ways. It's a dumb
I've never
comedy.
heard of it.
It's actually quite short. Okay, as it's
35
actually
minutes. Do you want to
is
do
it-
another one?
that's
Do you
what I'm
feel like it's
thinking.
not
Should
fair?
we do a okay? No, I'm thinking, should we do a double? So we watch 2 movies because this is a short movie.
Yeah, and there's no book for this. For
Okay.
sure.
Chat, do we do a double? Do we do a double this time then? So we do Dinner for One as a short and then go straight on because this is literally a 30-minute movie, like a short. Double spin. There we go. Chat, we got a double. Double. Yeah. Okay, we're going for double. We're doing a double.
is.
We're doing a double. So
Go
let's
for
remove
it.
that.
Hey, but that
Okay,
was one of mine. Hey, for the
That is
Hey,
yeah, there you go.
I did get
Broke
one.
the
Yay!
streak.
Okay,
So it's my
so
number
just
2,
before
the
we get-
second one.
okay.
All right, now we get Apollo 13. and
Sandy,
we
put
make
it on the
Jenny's
list.
week.
Okay,
Yep.
so we're gonna so we're doing Rommel and then a double Dinner for One.
We are chipping away at this wheel.
And
See?
and this I must say, if Delicatessen comes out, it will kind of make it out a bit weird. Okay, here we go. Again, we're gonna have a double. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 again.
We're gonna call Dinner for One the appetizer. And this is the entree.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes! I said it!
Horizon.
Yes. Perfect.
There you go.
Perfect.
Oh.
I get my Sam Neill. I get a
Yeah,
little
that's
go.
2 yours then. I only got 2 in a row.
Told
I
you
got
be
2 in a row.
Sandys.
I'm
That was 2
catching
in a
up.
row. There you go.
Catching up.
Oh
my gosh.
So,
So-
that is a weird mix though. We've got to go from a very satire Dinner for One short to Event Horizon. So there you go. So yeah, we're gonna have a very interesting conversation switch.
I
Let's say
think
that.
what I'd recommend to everyone in the chat and my fellow panelists here, after you watch the film, take a look at Critical Drinker's analysis of Event Horizon. He did one of those drinker recommends on Event Horizon. I tend to think like me. I think Drinker has a little crush on Sam Neill because he did a drinker recommends for Event Horizon, and he did one for In the Mouth of Madness, which is to me a very underrated and underappreciated film. But wow, Event Horizon. This is we're gonna get some Sam Jackson. Who else?
Lawrence
is a good one.
Fishburne.
I meant Lawrence Fishburne. That's what I meant. Lawrence Fishburne. Oh my god.
Oh.
Yes, we are gonna. This is good. This is good. I'm excited.
And another sci-fi one ish. Sci-fi
Sci-fi
horror.
horror.
thriller.
Jason Isaac's also in this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we've all watched this, haven't we? Yeah,
So this is one that was always on TV growing up. We had a couple stations like TBS and TNT that would always have these on the weekends, Friday nights, Saturday mornings. So I've seen so many bits and pieces of it. I can't remember ever once sitting down watching it beginning to end. So I'm actually
Ooh, you
really
probably didn't
interested in
get the
going through like
full.
this.
You didn't get the full version either if you watched it
Yeah.
on
No,
television
definitely
or
not. So
TBS.
this is one I've
Oh, we
always
get
wanted to
Sean
circle back.
Pertwee here
Actually,
too.
I must say, so first of all, we've actually got a matinee show. Talking about Star Wars being kind of a B movie, we've kind of got a matinee show before the main event, really, haven't we? We actually have. That's it. So yeah,
think so.
that's a cool little double, a weird little double, but I like in
It's
the
a
double.
weird little
A
double.
little double. So yeah,
Is that our
so
first kind of 90s
97.
sci-fi like
Yeah.
I haven't
blockbuster
got
type,
it,
right?
yeah.
That's got to be right. Do we have
Actually,
Men in Black on
it
the
was
list?
kind of more of a cult classic. It didn't do well in theaters, but it
Oh, did
kind
it
of
not?
grew on people. Yeah, it didn't do well.
I think it did well over here. I don't think it did well over.
It didn't do
yeah.
well here at
It
all.
was quite liked over here, so I think
Looks like it had a decent budget at the very least, though. And
yeah.
just-
It's I when was it 90?
97.
Did I think I saw this, mate. Did I?
I don't
I'm
know.
trying to think. Well, maybe I saw it at the cinema. I can't remember. I did, but I'm kind of thinking I did because I remember. I'm not going to go into it. I remember adoring this movie, and literally. But yeah, Sam Neill. So this is the first Sam Neill,
My first,
and I had the first.
several.
Yeah, there we go. It was have to be Sam Neill. There you go. You missed out on 3. You got 2 in a row. There
I'm
you go.
excited, and I got some Sam, but we have a lot of other opportunities. We were talking the other day, counting through all the Sam Neils that are on here.
So have you now got any books?
So I don't know. Is Event Horizon a book? I have no
What
idea.
is Dinner for One a book?
No.
sure.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, it's a book. Oh, no,
Okay.
it's not. It was a novelization, so I'm not going to read the novelization.
Okay.
No, it was an original screenplay.
Ah, there you go. Then.
Awesome.
Well, there we go, people. We've got a double bill in. So, but for next time, Sandy, have you done all the Desert Fox?
Have I done all of the what? I'm sorry.
Desert Fox.
No, I've only
No.
I'm only about 30 pages in. But
Okay, so yeah. So next is the well-worn classic, The Desert Fox, and I always say recommend if you watch The Desert Fox, watch the Richard Burton Desert Rats, but that wasn't on our list because it's not such a great-ish movie. I always think Desert Fox is. That's one of my picks. That's next time on Film Club. And then a double header. I like kind of saying double header. I like it. It makes me feel filmy. It makes me feel
more
filmy.
different movies, films, what have you.
No, that's it. So, but yeah, got the shorts, and then we have then Event Horizon. What's going to be the prime, I'm guessing, indication of Sandy's choices, as it's Sam Neill. But yeah, that's exciting. I've not watched that movie in a couple of years, as I think Jay said. I've watched it when it's been on, and I've not watched it in Bum Bum for a while. But yeah, that's going to be good and a little bit. Oh my god, my girlfriend hates that movie.
I also have
that movie.
The
She really
25th
hates it.
anniversary steelbook. I guess that would have been released in what's 25 plus 97, so 2022. So I have that. I have the 25th anniversary. It is still in the original wrap. So I get to break that puppy out and watch that.
Nice. Yeah, I think he's still on one of our on demands on TV, so that'd be easy for me.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So that's good. Yes, it is a good one. But yeah, everyone, I hope you've liked the Star Wars, as the new Disney every producer calls it, the Star Wars show. It's been good, and I didn't rant that bad. I must say, I was good. I was a good boy. I was a good boy.
Well contained.
But apart from that, guys, do you want anything else to add?
No, nothing here. Just fun doing this as always. Thanks everybody for joining, and we'll be back with what is it? Desert Fox? I keep wanting to say Desert Storm every time I think of it. Desert Fox next week.
Yeah. Jay, are you going to be streaming soon? Are you going to be streaming?
I will be. I know I keep saying I'm gonna.
Come on, Jay.
I'm actually working on some new graphics and things like that and getting set up to start streaming again. So very soon I'll be playing something. I got to pick a game too. I've been really indecisive on what game to play.
My God, do the Halloween one. That really freaky one. What's it called? Beyond
was it Handwell?
Yeah, Beyond Handwell. Yeah. Get that because they've upgraded it. It's my God, it's really that is great movie. Game. Really jumpy. If you want to do it for Halloween, you're gonna poop your pants. It's literally so jumpy, and they've just upped the levels and did it as a full release now. So they've opened it up. So I've not done it yet, like the updated bit. But I love that game, and I hated it. It
was fun to watch you play.
It was.
That's like I've got that Alien Isolations, but I think that's more intense. You're like on edge, whereas that one is jumpy as anything. You don't have to like stealth it. You just mannequins moving. That reminds me of that Doctor Who episode. I like the angel thing when they move. And yeah, it's great. But they're an independent company, so that's why I like give them a little nod as well.
for sure.
So that's good. But yeah, Sandy, the next visit to your architectural ventures.
I only have 20 more foreign missions to visit. So of the 192 I think I began with, I'm down to 20 of these places. So yeah, just plugging away and nothing else interesting happening here. Just enjoying hanging out. And again, the Wheel of Film, it's good to be forced to check out a film you haven't looked at in a while or a book you've never read. I love it. Absolutely love it. And I enjoy being with both of you to talk about it.
Yeah.
Likewise.
It's the wheel that gives and then takes away. That's it. Yeah, for myself, I've started up my movie recommendations again. So next is Abe loved it. It's romance next. So I'm going to do my top recommendations of my romance. I'm going to do it in the midweek, and I'm just going to jump into games left, right, and center. There's a couple I'm interested in, so it's going to happen when it happens. I need to do a TV recommendation on something I've been watching. I don't think most people have been watching. So it's an actual one I saw on Apple TV. Kind of like it, but it annoyed me at the end. So that'd be kind of recommend. Yeah. It's a new one as well. They did the tick boxes very well. That didn't interrupt the story because it's from a book. So they did it very, very well. But everybody, what? I can't do.
It's not musical though. It's not musical, Rick.
Yeah, and Brokeback Mountain's not on there. Though my actual romance, there are a few of them, but them weird romance.
I don't know if I put any romance on there. I don't think I did.
There must be one.
I put Four Weddings on.
The Gentleman's. No, yeah, I can't remember. Is it? Oh no, actually, sure was on there. I
tend not to like romance, but I did put 4 Weddings and a Funeral.
Yeah. I put Fifth Element. That'll do my romance. There you go. But everybody, until Rommel, Desert Fox, get ready, get watching. Until then, from all three of us, have a great rest of the weekend, and goodbye for now.